Chapter 8:16. To Luacio's surprise, the driver was Luvia instead of Oni. In the rearview mirror, he could see that Luvia frequently looked at Luacio in the back seat. The car had already left the station. For the time being, there was no way to know how the drug addict was dealt with. "Mr. Luo, are you scared?" "With you here, I don't think so." Luacio shook his head. Oni turned around directly and said casually, "Things like what happened just now are very common here. We're used to it." Luacio nodded to show his understanding, and then asked curiously, "Mr. Oni just said zombie bath salts, right? Why? You're not interested in this kind of thing, are you?" Oni blinked. Luvia instantly looked at Luacio's face in the rearview mirror, observing his expression. Luacio thought for a while. "I'm just curious. Generally speaking, addictive drugs will bring harm. This is a well-known fact, and it's normal for people who seek thrills to ignore everything. But isn't this zombie bath salts a bit too extreme?" Oni put his hands behind his head, looked at the blue sky on the roof skylight, and said carelessly, "No matter how extreme the thrill-seeking people are, in my opinion, they're not as extreme as the people who make this kind of thing. From the very beginning, these addictive drugs were originally used for treatment. It's a kind of medical gospel, right? But who would have thought that thousands of years later, this kind of thing would become a deadly thing that endangers the whole world? It's like the weapons in our hands." Oni suddenly whistled. The primitive people began to make weapons just to protect their homes. But the development of weapons is also getting more and more advanced, and their power is getting stronger and stronger. Now, it's even so huge that it can destroy human beings. "That's true." Luacio smiled slightly. Oni shrugged and looked out of the window, not sure if it was a coincidence or some other reason. A woman on the street suddenly went mad and crashed into the nearby passers-by. She looked almost the same as the crazy man at the station. But are there more of these things? Luvia frowned and seemed to be talking to herself. At this time, Oni suddenly rubbed his chin as if he remembered something. "Luvia, speaking of which, Sao Paulo seems to be Buggy's territory, right?" Luvia suddenly shot a cold glance at Oni. It was only then that Oni realized that Song Haren's VIP was sitting behind them. Oni did not know if this VIP was from the same world as them. It was better to say less about the underground world. Oni suddenly stretched his body and said, "I'm going to take a nap. Call me when we're there." Luvia looked at the rearview mirror again and saw that Luacio seemed to have not heard anything. He was looking at the street with great interest, occasionally smiling. He was really a quiet big boy, different from the military counselor. However, Luvia suddenly became distracted. Song Haren's side profile and Luacio's side profile seemed to be quite similar. Maybe it was just an illusion. On a bustling street in the same city, Song Haren was sitting in the corner of an open-air tea house, playing with his mobile phone while drinking a drink. He looked very leisurely. At this time, a fashionably dressed woman walked over and sat down directly. She called out to Song Haren, "Young master." "Oh, Ganhong, you're here." Song Haren did not raise his head and continued playing with his mobile phone. "You haven't eaten anything yet, right?" "No." The woman shook her head quickly. Song Haren suddenly revealed a mischievous smile and said, "Actually, you can rest for a bit. After all, you have just lost your virginity. It is normal for you to have trouble moving around. Young master, I told you, I don't know how I fell asleep. I didn't sleep with him." This woman. Ganhong was greatly embarrassed. "That mister, he didn't do anything to me." "Is that so?" Song Haren narrowed his eyes and said, "If so, you will have to work harder next time. After all, this is an order from father." Ganhong gritted her teeth and said, "I understand." Song Haren continued, "If you can get pregnant, your identity will be completely different. When the time comes, who knows, we might be able to find some clues about your hometown." Under the table, Ganhong's fingers clenched together slightly. Song Haren casually tossed his mobile phone onto the table and sighed. "I have really encountered a group of pig teammates. This pesticide is giving me a stomachache. Forget it, let's get to work." "Ganhong, From now on, you will be in charge of this operation. As for me, I will be watching your team from start to finish. My evaluation will be the final result of your team's assessment. Remember, only the winner can stay." Gan Hong nodded heavily. "I understand, military advisor. The cows are ready to move out of the ranch." Then Song Haran put on his earphones and said indifferently, "Prepare to slaughter." Gan Hong instantly got up and left. Most of the time, Luocio would act on a whim. Perhaps it was due to the influence of the club's owner's career that he had gradually deviated from his original hobby. Luvia did not notice that the person she had been observing through the rearview mirror was no longer in the car. Boss Luo had already left the car when Oni saw the crazy woman on the street. Now he had reduced his presence to the minimum and was observing the woman who had lost control due to taking drugs. Someone quickly called the police, and the police quickly rushed to the scene. It should be the police cars patrolling nearby. After receiving the command from the control center, they immediately rushed over. The two police officers used a lot of strength to control the crazy woman and began to disperse the surrounding crowd. They did not leave immediately but waited for the ambulance to arrive, because not long after the woman was stopped, she began to foam at the mouth and fainted. Luocio walked to the front of the woman and looked at her arm. There were numerous tiny wounds, which should be caused by long-term use of syringes. Her skin was dull and her facial features were sunken. Even if she was not in a violent state, she looked bony, like a fresh corpse that had just crawled out of the grave. The two police officers were chatting. "What happened?" "We have been catching these crazy guys for the past few days. I heard that this thing has just been put on sale recently. LK Brotherhood is selling it." "LK Brotherhood? Don't they never touch poisonous things?" "It used to be, but it's hard to say now. I heard that there has been a power shuffle in LK Brotherhood. Especially in the past few days, the new boss overthrew the rules set by the previous boss and has been very active these days. This group of villains. I thought that after the previous boss, Buggy, was arrested, this group of people would be quiet. They will only get worse. Didn't they come up with this zombie bath salts? Well, the ambulance is here. Move her up. Where are we going to eat later?" The two hurriedly cooperated with the medical staff who came down from the ambulance and carried the unconscious woman up. Soon after, they drove away in the police car. Boss Luo was still in the same place, but his eyes were looking at an alley across the street. A man wearing a black hoodie put on his hat at this time, turned around, and walked into the alley. Well, Luocio glanced and followed him. He only needed to go back when he met up with Song Haran at the airport. A few hours could be considered as a free time for him. At any rate, Luvia and Oni were unable to see that the Luocio in the car was just an illusion. Rio in a forest area. Lucy, can you hear me, child?" The lumberjack Uncle Alma and Charlty were searching the forest together. The sky was getting darker, and the path was getting harder. They were not sure what the child's name was. They only knew that she had said that her name was Lucy. Thus, the two of them could only call her by that name for now. "What should we do? We still can't find her." Charlty appeared very anxious. For a child who got lost in a forest filled with wild beasts at night, it was a very dangerous thing. "We did not hear anything. That is a good thing. Don't worry, we will find her." Uncle Alma pulled out a small knife from his boot and handed it to Charlty. "We will split up and search for her. That will be faster. Take this to defend yourself. If there is any danger, shout for me. I will not go far." That is the only way, Charlty thought to herself. At the same time, she took the small knife from Uncle Alma's hand, and the two of them split up. Hearing Uncle Alma's footsteps moving further and further away, Charlty looked around at the forest that had turned completely dark. A faint trace of unease flashed through her heart. Suddenly, the sound of birds flapping their wings could be heard coming from the forest. It seemed as though the birds were all around her. Charlty's throat rose. She held the flashlight and the small knife tightly and summoned her courage to move forward. On the other hand, Uncle Alma appeared much more relaxed. As a lumberjack who often entered the forest area, he was as familiar with this forest as it was with his own backyard. When they were passing by a rotten tree trunk, Uncle Alma suddenly stopped and shone his flashlight at the ground. He furrowed his brows. There were clearly the footprints of wild beasts on the muddy ground. Those should be the hooves of wild boars. Although wild boars were not as dangerous as poisonous snakes or wild beasts, they were still very dangerous for a child who was not even 10 years old. Strange. There shouldn't be any wild boars around here. Uncle Alma stood up and looked around. In his impression, wild beasts like wild boars should only appear in deeper parts of the forest area. He was shocked by the wooden handle of the axe in his hand. His gaze became sharper. He was a lumberjack and an excellent hunter. When he was young, he had hunted many wild beasts by himself. Rather than letting the wild boar run around in the forest and eventually hurt the child, it would be safer to lure it out and kill it directly. Besides, hunting a wild boar was an unexpected gain. It could be used to supplement his family's income. Uncle Alma quickly gathered materials from the ground. First, he took out a piece of meat jerky from his backpack. Then he used the withered branches, stones, and weeds nearby to make a simple trap. Finally, he hid behind the rotten tree trunk, turned off the flashlight, and carefully lay dormant. A rustling sound came from the forest. Based on his experience, Uncle Alma knew that his prey was about to appear, and judging from the sound, it seemed to be a big one. He tightened his grip on the axe in his hand and focused his eyes. As expected, not long after, a black shadow was rushing towards the trap he had set up at an extremely fast speed. Uncle Alma silently calculated the time. When he heard the sound of the trap being activated, he suddenly jumped out from behind the tree trunk. He raised the axe in his hand and chopped towards the trap with all his might. The sharp axe chopped off all the withered branches that formed the trap in an instant. However, Uncle Alma suddenly shuddered because he didn't feel that his axe had chopped anything alive. At the same time, Uncle Alma suddenly felt his shoulder become heavy, as if something had landed on his shoulder at the same time. He subconsciously turned his head and saw a small thing, black and white fern, also known as two-colored monster willow monkey, or two-colored fern, omnivorous and gregarious. At that moment, the black and white fern that landed on Uncle Alma's shoulder opened its mouth and directly bit towards his cheek. The teeth of the black and white fern were long and sharp. It bit through Uncle Alma's cheek, causing blood to splatter everywhere. Uncle Alma was instantly enraged. He extended his hand and directly grabbed the black and white fern's body, pulling it out from his shoulder and forcefully throwing it to the ground. However, sounds could be heard coming from all around him. Uncle Alma nervously turned on his flashlight and shone it forward. He was surprised to see that there were over 10 black and white fern standing in front of him. Those fellows bared their fangs, and without saying a word, pounced towards Uncle Alma. Uncle Alma roared furiously and continuously waved the axe in his hand, directly clashing with those black and white fern. However, these monkeys that were not particularly ferocious and rarely took the initiative to attack humans seemed to have contracted rabies at this moment. They bit Uncle Alma's body and used their claws to tear apart his skin. One after another, from the initial 10 to the subsequent 40 to 50 black and white fern, they completely drowned Uncle Alma. He began to scream miserably as the flesh on his body was bitten off by those crazy monkeys. In the end, the blood vessels on his neck were bitten open. Uncle Alma painfully clutched his neck. However, he could not stop the blood from flowing out from between his fingers. Uncle Alma did not hold on for long before falling to the ground. At that moment, the black and white fern slowly dispersed. Uncle Alma fell to the ground and gradually felt cold. His eyelids were extremely heavy and he was on the verge of collapsing. All he could see was a small black figure walking towards him. It seemed to be saying something. I originally thought that it was that little nun. Unexpectedly, it was you, forget it. Sacrifice your soul to me. Perhaps I can recover some of my strength. Lo, Lucy, it's Lucifer. She walked closer and was finally able to clearly see her appearance. It was the little girl that he had once helped. At that moment, this little girl was looking down at him, who was on the verge of death. Why white? Uncle Alma was in disbelief. At the same time, he also felt extremely furious. Have you heard of the story of the farmer and the snake? Lucifer sneered. Of course, I am not that snake. I am also not the farmer. I am the one who watched the farmer and the snake in despair. Uncle Alma's eyes widened. In the end, he did not say another word. After confirming that Uncle Alma was no longer breathing, Lucifer quickly took off his clothes. Then she bit her finger and used her blood to write something on Uncle Alma's chest. Chapter 8:17. In the beginning, perhaps in ancient times or before ancient times, the first power that Western humans possessed seemed to come from external objects. Fresh blood, objects in nature that were tainted with a special aura, special languages, and so on. They were used as mediums to contact the supernatural powers in nature. Gradually, they were discovered and used. Lucifer bit her finger and used her blood to write an ancient Hebrew language on Uncle Am's body. It was also a mysterious language in the ancient Hebrew language system, but there was no doubt that it was a system outside of her own power. Even a normal person could use it if they had enough mediums and knew how to operate it. Of course, such a simple application of ancient supernatural power would not be effective. But for Lucifer's current state, it was an opportunity for her to not lose completely and not have the chance to turn the tables, although she had never thought of turning the tables. Seems like my blood still contains the power of origin. Lucifer frowned as she watched the blood-red runes on Uncle Alma's body glowing under her manipulation. From this, she could deduce some of the mysteries of her power loss. Perhaps she had just cut off the connection with her own power of origin. It was like a blocked road. Of course, she did not think that it would be easy to clear the blocked road. If the power in her blood was still there, then she could do more things. Lucifer pondered for a moment and came up with a new idea. S-U-D-O-T-A, a war. G-A-Q-I-11, K-U-O, W-N-G. Her lips moved and strange syllables came out one after another. This was an ancient summoning magic that used her blood as a medium. It could be summoned from hell to serve as a tamed demon. Lucifer did not dare to summon a tamed demon that was too powerful. Otherwise, with her current state, she would be defeated at any time. The blood-red runes on Uncle Am's chest started to come alive. The strange runes started to distort and then drilled into Uncle Am's body. His entire body started to dry up rapidly. All organic matter started to transform into the source of power for this magic. When his entire body melted away, only a red substance was left on the ground. They gathered together and finally transformed into a red ball of light, like a red egg of light. Crack! Suddenly, the eggshell grew tired. A tiny thing emerged from the egg and stopped on Lucifer's shoulder. They were blood-red in color, and their bodies were like flames. They didn't have a fixed form and had no limbs. However, they were a type of familiar that could continuously grow by sucking blood. They were called blood elves. For Lucifer, the blood elf was probably the most suitable tamed demon. She could feed the blood elf with her own blood and cultivate it to an extremely high level. She could then create a blood elf clone that belonged to her. Of course, this would probably take a very long time. This blood elf probably couldn't even absorb a milligram of her blood. After the blood elf was summoned, the surrounding black and white locusts in a berserk state instinctively sensed danger and bared their teeth at Lucifer. Lucifer snorted coldly and glanced at the black and white locusts. The blood elf on her shoulder felt its master's will and immediately flew out to suck the black and white locusts' blood. In just a moment, the blood of dozens of black and white locusts was completely devoured. When the blood elf returned to Lucifer's side, its body had grown a little. A newborn blood elf's growth speed was quite good. At this time, Uncle Am? Are you there? Uncle Am. Lucy. Uncle Am. It was Shelty's voice. She might have heard something and came here to search. Lucifer patted the blood elf beside her and suddenly had a new idea. To cultivate a blood elf, it was best to feed it high-quality blood from the beginning. For example, the blood of a virgin. Without a doubt, Shelty was a very ideal blood sacrifice. As for the old nun in the monastery, she seemed to be of good quality. Although she was old, she had always maintained her purity. More importantly, Mother Delon still had the seed of holy power. After carefully considering it for a while, a strange smile appeared on Lucifer's face. She had lost her power and was imprisoned into a child's body. But she was still the prideful master, the queen of hell. She had no intention of resigning herself to fate. Stop shouting. I'm here. Come over. Lucifer suddenly shouted in Shelty's direction. Not long after, Shelty jogged over. Seeing Lucifer unscathed, Shelty was very happy. She carefully observed Lucifer's body, as if she was afraid that she was injured. I'm fine, and I'm doing quite well for now. Lucifer slapped Shelty's hand away. The blood elf attached itself to her body and turned into a blood-red flame mark on the skin on her back. Right, did you see Uncle Am? Lucy? Shelty asked. No. Lucifer subconsciously wanted to say no, but just as she spat out a word, she began to have a splitting headache and cold sweat broke out. I saw him. Lucifer looked at Shelty and said, sincerely, I killed him. I used his soul and body as materials to make a familiar. Oh, Shelty nodded and took Lucifer's hand. Uncle Am should be fine. Maybe we should go back to the camp first. If we go any further, I'm afraid I'll get lost. I said I killed him. Oh, Shelty nodded. Are you hungry? Let's go back to the camp. Right, Lucy? My name is Lucifer. Right, Lucifer, where do you live? Hell, what a poor child. To be treated like this, it is indeed like hell. Shelty looked at the collar and chains on Lucifer's body and her weak appearance when she appeared. After the people outside clear the road, I will immediately take you to the police station. They can help you. Child abuse is a very serious crime, Shelty said indignantly. Lucifer looked at the stars and said, the police can't help me. Could it be that the one who tortured you has a big background? Shelty frowned. Heaven and earth, plus the God you believe in, if possible, they would not choose to go against him. Shelty nodded. I think I can begin to understand what you mean. Although the description is somewhat strange, this person should have a big background. She recalled the time when she picked up Lucifer. Back then, she was wearing a red dress with an inappropriate size, although she did not know why she had to wear it like that. Judging by the dress, she could tell that it was a very high-grade item. In Uncle Alma's words, this was a child with a rich imagination. Perhaps, after being treated cruelly in daily life, hiding in a fantasy world was the only safe haven for her soul. After thinking about that, Shelty's pity for Lucifer increased by several notches. A vague idea formed within her mind. Lucifer, do you have any relatives who can help you? Lucifer looked up at the sky and sneered. Relatives? They probably want me to die. She stood there quietly, looking at the stars with a complicated expression. Suddenly, Shelty hugged her from behind and whispered, Don't be afraid. You will have a place to go. Mother Delon and I will take care of you. Why don't you stay in the monastery for the time being? All right. Lucifer nodded. I don't want to stay here. Can you take me back to the monastery now? Let's wait for Uncle Am to come back from the camp before telling him about it, Shelty said hesitantly. Lucifer said, Can't you just leave him a note? At any rate, don't you think he will be fine? But okay. Shelty nodded. Then let's go back to the monastery first. She felt that it was easy to be led by the nose by this little guy. The man in a black hoodie soon arrived at an alley full of graffiti after passing through a few or complicated alleys. Batman Alley was a very famous tourist attraction in the area. Of course, this mysterious man didn't come here to visit as a tourist. After several turns, he soon arrived at the back of a tavern. The man quickly knocked on the back door with a certain rhythm before someone opened the door to receive him. After entering the door, the man took off his hoodie and looked inside the room. There were many people here. They were all members of the LK Brotherhood. "Where's the boss?" he asked. "The boss is talking to someone upstairs." "Who?" His companion shook his head. "I don't know. It's a woman with a hot body. She looks like a white-collar worker. I really want to fuck her." The man nodded and said indifferently, "Then I'll go up later. Today's goods have been sold out. I'll go take a rest first." His companion made an okay gesture, then turned on the stereo in the room. A burst of music rang out, and many people in the room began to scoop up some white powder with a spoon, then heated it up with a lighter and started to smoke it. In just a few minutes, this place was like a demon's field, confusing and exciting. At the same time, the upstairs was much quieter, but also much more dangerous. For two men who were tied up with plastic belts, what awaited them might be death. In fact, before they were tied to the ground, they had been beaten to the point that they couldn't recognize their original appearance. Now that they were lying on the ground, their internal organs were probably already broken, and their consciousness was very muddled. This was an office-type place. A man in his 30s sat on a large office chair, playing with the tip of a small knife in his hand. This man was the new boss of the LK Brotherhood, named Vita. Opposite him sat a blonde woman in a black dress. Vita nailed the knife in his hand directly on the table and then stared at the blonde woman. "Miss Cassini, it seems that we can't get anything out of them. It's pointless to waste time. Let's talk about something else." The blonde woman called Cassini nodded. Vita waved his hand happily, and the men in the room quickly took the two seriously beaten men out. When only Vita and Cassini were left in the room, Vita got up and took 2 glasses and a bottle of sugarcane wine from the wine cabinet next to him. These 2 men were Buggy's confidants when he was still in power. They are still very loyal to him. Ignoring Vita's action, Cassini continued, "Once Buggy comes back and wants to regain power, he will definitely find them. You'd better keep a close eye on them. Mr. Saint Fran doesn't want his plan to be affected." Mr. Saint Fran. Vita drank the wine. Mr. Saint Fran? In fact, I don't understand why Doflamingo had to change his name. It's none of your business. You just need to do what Mr. Saint Fran asked you to do, Cassini said indifferently. Vita sat directly on the table at this time, looking like a ruffian. He lifted Cassini's chin and smiled. "Asked me to do what? Did you use the wrong word? Doflamingo and I are at most partners. He is not my old friend. Now I'm the boss of LK, Cassini sneered disdainfully. Really? If Buggy's death is not confirmed, can your position as the boss be firm? At most, you can only influence the younger members of the LK society. Those old people won't listen to you easily. If you don't have Mr. St. Fran's support." Vita shrugged as if he didn't care and said casually, "Buggy is just a has-been boss. He has been eating, drinking, and playing all these years in prison. He has long lost his ambition. Even without Doflamingo, the Brotherhood will belong to me sooner or later." Cassini didn't want to continue the conversation with Vita, but stood up directly. She took out a box from her bag. "There are 3 kilograms here. You should distribute them as soon as possible." Cassini picked up the handbag and was about to turn around and leave. "Wait." Vita grabbed Cassini's arm and stopped her, saying coldly, "At first, Doflamingo asked me to distribute them to him as a condition for helping me. It's not a big deal. It's just a mutual benefit. But isn't the medicine a bit too strong? And he doesn't want any money from selling the ears. What does that mean? Nothing. Mr. St. Fran just wants to make money for you. Aren't you happy?" Cassini frowned. "And please let go of your hand. Why are you leaving so soon?" Vita suddenly pulled her hard and then pressed Cassini on the table, saying with a weird smile, "Since I'm earning money, I might as well give you to me. I promise I'll help him distribute them soon." Vida stretched out his finger, stroking Cassini's cheek, and said, "It's really a waste that Doflamingo has a woman like you around him." His finger slid down along Cassini's cheek, touched her neck, and then quickly touched her collarbone. Cassini was expressionless, and even made a gesture of sighing as if she was bored. At the same time, she bent her knee and mercilessly hit Vida's lower abdomen. This sudden movement made Vida cry out in pain. Cassini showed a strength that had nothing to do with a weak woman, and pressed Vida on the table instead. She directly pulled out the knife that Vida nailed on the table, and then nailed it down along his neck. All this happened in a split second, but the blade had already cut his skin. Vida couldn't help sweating. He struggled for a few times, but found that this woman was much stronger than ordinary men. He couldn't get rid of her. "It's Mr. St. Fran. I don't want you to call me by the wrong name next time. Understand?" Vida looked at the hot woman's eyes and suddenly shuddered. This woman's indifference made him feel like he was looking at ice. "Okay." Then Cassini pulled out the knife and threw it at the wall beside her. Vida subconsciously looked over and saw that the knife had hit the bullseye of the target hanging on the wall. He spat on the ground. Cassini tidied up her collar, remembered to distribute the goods. After Cassini walked out of the office, Vida touched his neck with trembling hands, and then quickly drank up the wine in the glass. Only then did he regain some color. After leaving the tavern, Cassini walked alone in the alley full of graffiti. She looked around and then took out the phone to make a call. "The second batch of goods has been delivered to Vida." A strange laughter came from the phone, and then St. Fran's voice came. "I know you can do it well. After that, we'll ask some small gangs in Rio to help us distribute the goods. Well, come back to me quickly. I'll go to the city hall tonight and talk to them about sponsoring them to renovate the municipal theater. You're my secretary, so you have to be there. Beautiful Miss Cassini." "Got it." Cassini nodded, but she was puzzled. "In fact, I don't understand. If you want to support public undertakings, there should be many better options. Why do you choose to renovate the theater?" Another strange laughter came, and St. Fran suddenly said, "If I say that there may be a nuclear bomb hidden in the theater, would you believe it?" "Of course not." Cassini quickly disappeared in the alley. After she walked out, Boss Luo slowly walked out of the alley next to it, and then walked towards Vida's tavern. He walked in. The surging sound continued, and no one noticed that an uninvited guest had come. Boss Luo walked up the stairs with his hands behind his back, and finally came to the door of Vida's office. The door opened and closed. Vida, who was drinking alone, looked at the door in confusion and frowned, because he noticed the door opening and closing, and felt that something was wrong and unreasonable. A blurry figure suddenly appeared in Vida's sight, and gradually became clear. Vida rubbed his eyes, subconsciously. It was as if someone had suddenly appeared in front of him without him noticing. But he did not know how this guy got close. "Who are you?" Vida suddenly became vigilant. Luaccio snapped his fingers, and Vida fell asleep on the table. The box left by Cassini was still on the table. Luaccio picked up the box, opened it, and looked at the thing inside. It was a small white crystal which looked like coarse salt. Luaccio hooked some with his finger, and after thinking for a moment, he suddenly put these small white crystals into his mouth. He then closed his eyes. His brain seemed to be stimulated by something, and many thoughts came out of his consciousness in an instant. But in just a moment, many fantasies and impulses disappeared without a trace. Luaccio opened his eyes, and the world was still silent, like a black and white silent movie, but a glimmer of light flashed in his eyes. Chapter 8:18. The coffee shop where Caroline and Lawyer Carlo met was still the same one where they met last time. Caroline found that Lawyer Carlo was dressed exactly the same as last time, including his wrinkled and old suit and even the shirt inside. Lawyer Carlo had a sincere smile, and his attitude was much more enthusiastic than last time. At this time, he was looking at the two men beside Caroline. I wonder who these two gentlemen are. Lawyer Carlo asked in confusion. Caroline glanced around and was about to introduce the two men when one of the men indifferently said, "We're her cousins. I'm her eldest cousin, and he's her second cousin. This time, we're accompanying her to discuss some matters with you." "Oh, hello, cousin." Lawyer Carlo nodded and looked at Caroline with a smile. "Miss Caroline, you are really careful." Caroline nodded awkwardly and echoed, "It's good to be careful." She knew that Lawyer Carlo seemed to have misunderstood something. He probably felt that she called two people over to guard against him cheating on the transaction of Dania's real estate. "Lawyer Carlo, since we have already been introduced, let's get down to business." The other man, the second cousin, said coldly at this time, "No problem." Mr. Carlo lit a cigarette. "I've already prepared the relevant procedures and documents. Naya has also signed the entrustment document. All that's left is for Miss Caroline to personally sign the entrustment document in front of Naya." Carlo took out the documents he had prepared. It was a thick stack of documents. The eldest cousin and second cousin frowned. They had a headache reading these documents that were longer than chicken intestines, so they simply stopped reading. However, they had their own way of doing things after all. The eldest cousin suddenly shouted at this time, "Lawyer Carlo, right?" "Yes, is there a problem?" Lawyer Carlo asked curiously. The eldest cousin took Lawyer Carlo's cigarette box directly at this time. "The document signature and so on, just do it here. We just care about whether our cousin can get the money in the end. We don't play legal word games, but we can play other games, very exciting games." After saying that, the big cousin directly crushed the cigarette box, and the muscles on his arms even bulged up high. Second cousin took the initiative. "This place is not big, but it's not small either. If I want to find someone to play games with us, it's very easy." Carlo smiled calmly, but when he saw his second cousin suddenly lift up a corner of his shirt and see a black pistol in his belt, his expression changed slightly. Carlo hurriedly said, "No problem. I guarantee that there will be no problem. As for the buyer, I already have some ideas. He's a councilman who recently found a girlfriend and plans to buy a house for his girlfriend to live in." Second cousin pretended not to hear it and looked out the window indifferently. A fugitive. Naturally, he was not afraid of anyone. They had seen too many people like Mr. Carlo who would lie about who he knew for no reason. Most of these people just wanted to take advantage of others, but in reality they were just weaklings who had no ability at all. "How much is a councilman's salary?" Big cousin sneered disdainfully, "Paying such a high price to buy a house? I'm afraid it's money of unknown origin." Carlo smiled embarrassedly. "Since everyone has reached a consensus, why don't we go to the hospital and let Miss Caroline sign this power of attorney?" Big cousin looked at the time and nodded. "Hurry up." "Quick, quick." Wearing an emerald green olive crown on his head, Bucky looked solemn. He closed his eyes and calmly raised his hands. Bucky, who had been hiding to practice for the past 2 days, unexpectedly made rapid progress. This was probably because he had signed a contract with Lucifer, so his spirit power was stronger than the average person, but he had never developed it. Therefore, he practiced the meditation technique he got from Miss Maid and cultivated a little bit of spiritual power in 2 days. And this little bit of spiritual power was enough for him to activate the inherent magic in the Ring of Blessings. Or it could become a divine spell. The power of blessing. The emerald green crown could achieve the effect of amplification at the same time. So Bucky was full of confidence at this time. In the first 30 or 40 years of his life, he had lived a bloody life, but he didn't expect to be able to come into contact with transcendence when he was middle-aged, and he was even releasing transcendence power. Quick, 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 quick. Although the target of the spell was only a stray dog, a limping stray dog that was about to starve to death. At this time, Bucky's palm emitted a faint white light. He took a deep breath and put his palm on the stray dog's forehead. The faint light began to spread from his palm to the stray dog's whole body. Soon after, The dying stray dog suddenly stood up as if it had been injected with chicken blood. Its body was still shriveled, but it looked full of energy. The stray dog seemed to be rejuvenated and bit Bucky's palm at once. Bucky was so angry that he raised his leg and kicked it. After the stray dog was kicked away, it was shocked and ran out in a panic. Bucky didn't chase after it. He just stared at his palm blankly, and his eyes flashed with ecstasy. He said excitedly, "Oh, God, Miss Yi, did you see that? My power. It's amazing. I actually made it come back to life. This is just squeezing out the only potential in its body. It won't last long before it dies." The maid's words were like a basin of cold water, sending Bucky's enthusiasm to the Siberian plateau and letting the cold wind tear him apart. The legendary bad guy looked sadly at the maid who was sitting quietly on the stool and flipping through the cookbook. This was already the 7th cookbook that the maid had flipped through in his memory. How many was she going to flip through? If that's the case, this thing can't be considered a divine spell, right? In fact, it's the same as injecting hormones. Bucky squatted down, a little discouraged. The maid said indifferently, "The stray dog's life is almost at its end. If you stimulate its remaining vitality, it will naturally die later. But humans are different. If it's just a minor illness or pain, it won't have much impact even if it intensifies the vitality. Especially the rich, they can get enough life nutrients by eating high-grade ingredients. This consumption can be quickly replenished." Bucky suddenly pricked up his ears and listened. Lucifer and the demons in the Blazing Hot Lips bar had never taught him this knowledge so selflessly. Besides, the maid turned to another page without looking up. If it's a critically ill person or someone who has been diagnosed and can't be saved, you can stimulate their last potential and let them live a little longer. Then, won't they be grateful and even rely on you? When your mental power is strong enough, you can even consume your own ability to maintain the vitality of these people. They will become more dependent on you and even treat you as a god. After a long time, they will become pious, and piety is the foundation of faith. When your mental power is enough, the crown on your head can evolve into an Elysium. The maid suddenly frowned and raised her head. She found that Bucky could doze off while squatting. She was afraid that he didn't hear much of what she said before. She knew that this guy had successfully used the blessing spell for the first time, and it probably consumed a lot of his mental power, so he was sleepy. But the maid flicked her fingers directly, and a bunch of black sparks fell directly on Bucky. But in an instant, Bucky woke up with a wail and then rolled on the ground, frantically trying to extinguish the flames on his body. Pain, pain, pain. It hurts so much. Help. But the black fire came and went quickly. Bucky stood up awkwardly and heard the maid say indifferently, "The next time I talk, don't let me find you dozing off." Yes. Bucky stood up straight. He promised that this was the first time he had ever stood up straight. The maid suddenly closed the recipe book in her hand and stood up. Bucky quickly said, "Miss Yi, is it time for lunch?" The maid just glanced at him indifferently. "Dress up? I'll take you to a place tonight." "Where are we going?" Bucky asked subconsciously. Yi didn't answer, but glanced at Bucky with kind eyes. Bucky quickly shut his mouth and watched the maid leave. But after the maid left, Bucky thought of something and asked the air loudly, "What should I dress up as? Is it trendier or more formal?" Mr. Orphe's sleep was far longer than he expected. When he woke up, it was obviously past lunchtime. He rubbed his forehead with some annoyance and quickly got up to dress. After going downstairs, the maid Barbara was looking at the hygiene in the room. "Mr. Orphe, you're awake." "I didn't dare to disturb you, but lunch is ready. Shall I heat it up for you right away?" "No, I'm in a hurry." Mr. Orphe shook his head and walked straight to the door. Before going out, he seemed to think of something and immediately turned back to ask, "Did you bring Louis back yesterday?" Barbara had to say, "Sir, there was a power outage yesterday and the school was on holiday." "I already told you. Have you forgotten?" "Oh, yes, you did." Mr. Orphe nodded. I'll go see Louis before going out. Is he in his room? Barbara said, Dr. Frankie took Louis out this morning and said that he would accompany him well today and let you work in peace. Mr. Orphy was stunned. After a moment of silence, he nodded. Did he say where he was going? Barbara said, I heard that the doctor was going to take him to the Science Museum. Louis was very excited. I think there should be no problem. I'm going out. Mr. Orphy pushed the door open and walked out without looking back. Mr. Orphy quickly walked to the garage and drove away from his house. He immediately called his secretary, and before the other party could say anything, he said, Sorry, I overslept today. I'll be right back. Is there anything urgent you need to deal with? Today is Friday. According to the schedule, sir, you have a meeting with the Ministry of Foreign Affairs at 3 p.m. this afternoon, which you have to attend. In addition, a new batch of monitoring equipment samples will be delivered at 4:30 p.m. It's the batch that you requested last time. The manufacturer hopes that you can be present when they do the testing. In addition, at 7 p.m., Lieutenant General Germont hopes that you can attend his birthday party. Cancel the birthday party for me. Make the other arrangements as usual. Mr. Orphy quickly made a decision. Understood. In addition, we found new clues about the theater hostage case. Send me the information. I'll read it in the car. Tell me. Mr. Orphy turned off the car's navigation and received the information sent by his secretary. Soon after, a man's photo appeared on the screen. The man was wearing a white waiter's uniform and looked very handsome. The secretary's voice sounded, Sir, this person's name is Oni, a professional gunman. We found a record of this person's appearance from the theater's surveillance video. Tell me about this gunman. Mr. Orphy frowned. According to the information in our inventory, Oni was born in a small village in southern Peru. He started to make a living before he finished high school. When he was young, he did a lot of jobs, including security, parking, mechanic, waiter in a shooting club, and even a cowherd for a year. Later, Oni disappeared for 2 years. After 2 years, he debuted as a gunman and was active in various countries in South America. There are 29 recorded successful crimes. Mr. Orphy frowned deeper. One of the top 5 gunmen in the Latin American underground world. The shooting of the Senate. In addition, according to reliable sources, Oni currently belongs to a force called Iris Flower, the secretary said. The car that was driving suddenly braked, scaring the cars behind it and forcing them to stop as well. If he didn't see the government license plate of the car that suddenly stopped, the owner would have gotten out of the car and scolded them. Mr. Orphy had to drive the car to the side. His frowning eyebrows were almost twisted together. He seemed to be talking to himself. It's actually Iris Flower. What do they want to do? Is this a provocation to our country? No, sir. Iris Flower is a mercenary group. They do things according to the money. Orphy seemed to smell something. They won't assassinate a big shot in a country's government for no reason. In the end, the hand behind this, where did it come from? Suddenly, Orphy felt as if he had fallen into an unfathomable vortex, and this vortex would probably cause turmoil in the entire country. Sir, do you need us to issue an arrest warrant? This matter, besides you, who else knows? Orphy quickly asked. There's also the investigation team. Other than that, no one. Orphy solemnly said, This matter, keep it a secret first. I don't want to hear any rumors about this matter from the outside. Okay. The secretary quickly answered and then said, By the way, sir, there's one more thing, which is also the follow-up of the hostage case. Some people who were present at that time died, and some guests spontaneously organized a mourning event tonight. But they have reported to the police, and they should make arrangements and dispatch people to maintain order. Got it. You can deal with the small matter. Orphy nodded. I'm a little late, so I won't go back to the headquarters. I'll go directly to the news conference of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. Wait for me there. Chapter 819. This was a beige Puma Jeep B. The style of the previous world and the outstanding power made it able to attract a lot of attention on the street. It was only an old car, but it was the star of the old car world. For nostalgic car enthusiasts, they probably couldn't wait to play with such a well-maintained car. Of course, there was also an old grandfather and a child in the old car, Dr. French and his grandson Louis. The school teacher said that you can't drive after drinking. Louis was about to graduate from elementary school, but he seemed to have inherited his mother's genes, so he looked a little cute and short. Louis, who was playing a game of birds on his phone, looked at Dr. French beside him. "I didn't drink," the doctor insisted. Louis said, "But you smell of alcohol." Dr. French still insisted. "Believe me, it's just a drink, and adults drink. When you grow up, you'll think so too." Louis shrugged and suddenly asked, "Grandpa, do you not know how to get to the Science Museum?" Dr. French said, "Oh, my dear Louis, why do you think I don't know the way to the Science Museum?" Louis rolled his eyes and said, "But Grandpa, you've been looking at the map since just now." Dr. French threw the map in his hand on the back seat and said seriously, "Believe me, child, I'm just looking to see if there's a shorter way. Isn't the Science Museum in front?" Louis pointed to the front of the road. "Is there a shorter way other than a straight line?" Louis looked at the Science Museum in front of him and continued to roll his eyes. "Oh, that's true." Dr. French adjusted his reading glasses and then stepped hard on the accelerator. The car suddenly sped up. "Slow down." Louis was taken aback. He finally managed to relax and asked, "Grandpa, will they let us in?" "My desk mate, Adolf, said that the Science Museum is under renovation recently and temporarily not for tours." Dr. French chuckled. "Don't worry, the curator is my old friend. He'll take good care of you. But after you're done, I need you to give me a review." "My dear Louis, I don't think it will trouble you, will it?" Louis immediately shrugged his shoulders. Dr. Frankie seemed to be in a better mood, so the beige Puma Jeep slowly drove into the parking lot of the Science Museum. Just like what Dr. Frankie said, the curator was an old friend of his. Therefore, as soon as they got out of the car, the two of them were received by the staff in the museum. "Doctor, the curator is waiting for you in the office." "Oh, okay, sorry to trouble you." Dr. Frankie nodded at the young employee, then said, "This is my grandson, Louis. May I ask you to show him around? I'll come find you later." "Of course." The employee nodded politely. Dr. Frankie, who was very familiar with the Science and Technology Museum, soon arrived at the curator's office alone. The curator was slightly younger than Dr. Frankie. He was a thin old man in his 50s named Matthews. He and Dr. Frankie were students at the same university. Many years ago, the two met at an alumni meeting. They hit it off at first sight and became good friends for many years. "How have you been, old friend?" Matthews was very happy to see Dr. Frankie. Because they were old friends, Dr. Frankie obviously didn't intend to hide anything. Instead, he smiled bitterly, sat down, and said directly, "It can't get any worse. I've heard some things about the theater." Matthews nodded, "But I'm not very clear about the specific situation. How do you want me to help you?" Dr. Frankie said directly, "Matthews, thank you for introducing me to Mr. Billy. We were about to negotiate a cooperation, but some problems happened in the middle. Now, Mr. Billy seems to want to terminate the cooperation with me." Matthews frowned and didn't say anything. Dr. Frankie had to ask with anticipation, "Now, Mr. Billy has been using healing as an excuse to refuse to meet. Old friend, can you let Mr. Billy see me again? I'm just a not-so-close uncle of his." Matthews suddenly sighed. "Old friend, listen to me. Let's put an end to this matter. Billy's unwillingness to meet you has already made some things clear." "Why? Didn't we have a good discussion before?" Dr. Frankie was a little agitated. "Believe me, after so many years, I've corrected all the wrong data. As long as we get the technical support from Leighton Group, we'll definitely be able to successfully launch a satellite of our own. In fact, I'm looking forward to seeing that day come." Matthews leaned back in his chair and shook his head, but I also know that this is probably just an unrealistic idea at the moment. You don't know yet, do you? The people from Leighton Group have raised the asking price for technical support. This price has far exceeded Billy's expectations. In addition to the original remuneration, they also want the development rights of 3 mines for 50 years. Old friend, 3 rich mines, this is something our entire family can't afford. Are they taking advantage of the situation? Dr. Frankie said angrily. Old friend, look at the truth. There's no such thing as help for no reason in this world. Remember, the other party is a capitalist. Dr. Frankie was about to argue when Matthews said, "The head of Parliament is dead. Now, many people are scheming for this position. I'm not afraid to tell you the truth. Billy is also very interested in this position. In addition, a new round of elections will be prepared soon. He wants to invest money in this war." Dr. Frankie sneered. Elections? Political power? Every time they had to spend an endless amount of wealth to compete for these things. After all these years, which one of them had actually chosen the same words as him? Matthews, do you also think that investing resources in the game of power is more important than using them to develop technology? Frankie, calm down, Matthews said kindly. Billy wants to change this country from the inside. How can a country that is rotten to the bones provide a really good environment for scientific research? Wait a little longer. After the election is over and Billy wins, I'll do my best to help you. Old friend, this country still needs you, so please calm down for the time being and polish yourself better. I can't wait that long. Dr. Frankie shook his head. Oh, old friend, you're only 65 years old this year. I believe that you'll still be in high spirits in a few years, because no one knows better than me how much you love your career. You never know fatigue. Matthews said slowly, after next year's election, believe me, everything will be better. I'll think of a way myself. Dr. Frankie suddenly stood up and walked directly to the office door. However, he still had a scholar's side after all. Before going out, he took a deep breath and turned to look at his old friend. Thank you for your hospitality today. I think Louis will be very happy. Frankie. Matthew looked at Dr. Frankie quietly. Suddenly he sighed and said, Old friend, tell me in fact in your heart, is this persistence still the same as before? I don't understand what you're talking about. Dr. Frankie frowned. You should be clear. Matthews shook his head. Is it for your own liberation, or is it for this country to have its own satellite like back then? Of course it's... Dr. Frankie blurted out, but then he suddenly stopped and said, For our own satellite. Is that really the case? Matthews stared at Dr. Frankie for a long time. Okay, old friend, I'll try one last time and see if I can convince Billy. Thank you. The young librarian accompanied Louis in the Science and Technology Museum, introducing the origins of the various exhibits and the stories behind them. The child was very excited about the various exhibits that were full of science and technology. If it weren't for the fact that touching was prohibited, he probably wouldn't have been able to resist touching them. What's this? Louis pointed to a big guy in the corner of the second museum and asked. When the young librarian was about to answer, Dr. Frankie's voice came from afar. This is the M901 satellite model, which was developed by our country. From the assembly to the components, everything was done here. Grandpa, Louis looked at Dr. Frankie walking over. The doctor stood in front of the M901 satellite and looked at it silently. No one knew what he was thinking. The young librarian was familiar with the history of the exhibits in the museum. He looked at Louis and said, Louis, this satellite was completed under the command of Dr. Frankie, did you know? Wow. Louis's eyes widened, and he looked at his grandfather with eyes full of disbelief and surprise. Grandpa, you're amazing. Dr. Frankie just shook his head and whispered, No matter how amazing something is, what's the use of it if it can't go where it's supposed to be? Louis didn't hear that. He just moved closer to the satellite exhibit, wanting to see all of it. He looked at the information written on the sign and was surprised to find something. It's true. Grandpa's name is written here. Creator, Frankie Bursmond. And Margie. Margie? Grandpa, this seems to be Mom's name. Louis, it's getting late. Let's go back. Dr. Frankie suddenly pulled Louis's arm. You promised me that if I brought you to the Science Museum, you'd have to study hard from the afternoon to the evening. It's time now. Oh, okay. Louis reluctantly agreed. Soon, the young librarian sent Dr. Frankie and Louis to the parking lot, and then returned to his post. After getting in the car, Dr. Frankie suddenly said, Louis, can you ask that librarian for 2 bottles of water? I'm a bit thirsty. No problem. Louis nodded. After Louis left, Dr. Frankie took out a small black notebook from his pocket and started to read it. He suddenly frowned because he found that there was an extra black card in the notebook. Dr. Frankie picked up the black card and stared at it for a long time. A trace of doubt flashed in his eyes. He really couldn't remember how this thing came to him. He looked at it silently, as if he had lost his mind. It wasn't until he felt his body being shaken that he suddenly woke up. He didn't know when Louis had come back, but he still had 2 bottles of mineral water in his hand and kept calling his name. Grandpa, what's wrong with you? Nothing. I was thinking about something and got distracted. Dr. Frankie shook his head and put the black card in the small black notebook. After putting it away, he touched Louis's head. Okay, where are we going now? Didn't you just say you wanted to go home? Oh, yes, let's go home. Dr. Frankie calmed himself down before he started the Pumajit bee. In the evening, Bucky waited anxiously, because the servant girl had left at lunchtime and hadn't come back yet. This was different from yesterday. Yesterday, after lunchtime ended, she immediately came over and urged him to practice his meditation technique. Just as Bucky was considering whether he should go outside to try his luck, footsteps suddenly came from behind. Bucky knew it was the servant girl, so he immediately turned around. At this time, the servant girl didn't wear her black and white maid uniform. Instead, she wore a very casual dress and a light coat. If he hadn't seen this woman's true face, Bucky would have been deceived by the pure side of this woman at this time. Maybe he would have asked how much a night would cost. Didn't I ask you to dress up? Ye looked at Bucky. Her voice was still indifferent. Bucky was stunned for a moment. He then looked at himself and sniffed his collar. I've already dressed up properly. This is the best I could find. You know, I don't have a penny on me now. This set of clothes is the best I found in a nearby house. I even took a shower. You see, this is a branded product. Zegna. Although the size is a little different, I'll make do with it. This is a knockoff. Ye shook her head. Your style was designed by me 5 years ago. I can distinguish the real from the fake. You designed it? Bucky opened his mouth. Ye said indifferently, it's nothing. It's just a little interest in the past. I have a position as a designer in that company, but I haven't sent any drawings over for several years. F***ck. Aren't you a bloody female corpse? Forget it. As you said, I'll make do with it. Ye shook her head. Anyway, I have never expected your taste. Speaking of which, I seem to be your customer? Bucky suddenly said, This is your after-sales service. Miss Maid said blankly, I'm now just a guide who assists you in collecting faith. I'm not greeting you. If you don't meet my expectations and my master is disappointed because he can't see the results when he comes back, I'll break you down into particles finer than atoms and let you, Bucky, become a real legend. Where are we going now? The theater. With that, Miss Maid threw a bottle to Bucky, which contained a light green liquid. The bottle was very small, like a perfume bottle. What is this? It's used to restore your mental power. Ye said indifferently, don't use too much. At your current level, sniffing is enough to restore once. If you use too much, your consciousness will explode and your brain will die. Bucky put it into his pocket without saying anything and nodded cautiously. Miss Maid said suddenly, but your goal tonight is to use it all up. Chapter 8:20. At 7:30 tonight, a memorial service will be held at the Municipal Theater. Some sounds came from the taxi's radio, but the people in the car didn't seem to pay much attention. Big cousin and second cousin sandwiched Caroline in the middle, while Lawyer Carlos sat in the passenger seat. Originally, Lawyer Carlos' plan was to take the bus. However, Big cousin said that if it was a taxi, they would pay for it. Thus, Lawyer Carlo readily agreed. Caroline, you and your second cousin have a good relationship? There was some silence in the car. Lawyer Carlo tried to find some topics to talk about. He saw that Caroline and second cousin had been holding hands, although it was a little strange that they were covered with clothes. But who didn't have a strange hobby? Second cousin just glanced at Lawyer Carlo coldly, which made Lawyer Carlo shrug. He was so bored that he simply put on his headphones and played with his phone. Seeing this, Caroline lowered her head and whispered in her second cousin's ear, "Can you untie my handcuffs? It's easy for people to break them in the hospital and cause trouble." The second cousin only gave Caroline a family-like smile before looking out of the window. He had no plans to do anything. Caroline leaned against the chair in frustration, feeling more and more uneasy. In fact, after coming out of the Simple factory in Boston, she had been trying to find a way to escape, including when she said that she would spend money to buy her life in the factory. Everything was just to stall for time and find a chance to escape. However, she didn't expect that big cousin and second cousin would watch her so closely. They didn't even let her touch anything. She was just at the bottom of society, not a special elite. She had almost thought of all the ways she could think of, and now it seemed that she could only resign herself to fate. Right, second cousin still has a gun on him. Oh, we've arrived at the hospital. Lawyer Carlos suddenly turned around and smiled happily, revealing a look that said, "There's a good show going on." To Caroline's surprise, when she was about to get out of the car, she suddenly realized that her handcuffs were gone. Second cousin pretended not to know anything, but he put his hand on her shoulder and pushed her all the way. Big cousin followed closely behind, not giving Caroline any chance at all. When Caroline saw Nia again, she seemed to be much weaker, and her complexion was even worse. The ward was bright, but there was a kind of gloominess that could be seen. The entire ward seemed to darken because of Nia's defeated aura. Caroline had mixed feelings. Nia was very tired, which seemed to be due to the side effects of the anti-cancer drug she was taking. Carlo directly held Nia's withered hand and whispered in her ear the purpose of his visit. Perhaps it would be a blessing for Nia to have such a person speaking softly in her ear in the last moments of her life, Caroline thought. Caroline knew that it would be difficult for her to know what happened to Nia, but there was no doubt that after Carolyn conspired to cheat Nia of her last fortune to fight the disease, what awaited her would be a night without dawn. I'm sorry, Nia, with Nia sober and Carlo, who had a legal lawyer's license as witness, Caroline personally signed the power of attorney and several other documents. Can I have a few words with Caroline? Nia said slowly with a tired voice. Lawyer Carlo nodded and politely stepped aside. Caroline glanced at second cousin subconsciously, and the other party also nodded. They knew better than Caroline the principle of putting on an act. Come here. Nia tried to raise her hand, but she could only raise it halfway, so she simply gave up. Caroline quickly took Carlo's place and sat beside Nia, almost leaning over Nia's pillow. Nia, speak, I can hear you. Caroline almost pressed her ear to Nia's lips. I actually made a will. Nia gently held Caroline's hand. It's for you. Caroline opened her eyes abruptly. Nia, no matter whether the operation succeeds or fails in the end, Mr. Carlo, he will give it to you. Nia, it's actually not much. Nia shook her head. After deducting the treatment fee, it's not much. Why? Caroline was silent for a while. Because I'm the only one who came to visit you. One of the reasons, Nia said weakly. Thank you for being willing to accompany me when I was at my loneliest. Although you came less and less, but in the past 6 months, what I looked forward to the most was still your arrival. Nia, in our line of work, most of us have no choice, but since we've chosen this path, we can only continue on and then try to find another way out. Caroline looked at Nia, and Nia's gaze also fell on her. But Caroline felt that Nia's gaze was somewhere else. She said, I thought. I used to think that I had already found it. Memories were very torturous. They were like a flood that was about to break through a dam. A certain point suddenly weakened, and it broke through with the power of thousands of soldiers and horses. Nia was a senior who had taken care of her very much. She had aged early, and her beauty had faded. She dressed up every day and sat on the street. Sometimes she would smoke a cigarette and sit still until the ash burned out. Only then would she move. Do you know how to make a man happy and let him ejaculate faster? There's a little trick. You can let a man kiss any part of your body, except for your lips. I've lived alone for a long time, so I more or less learned to cook some dishes. After all, it's a waste of money to eat outside every day, isn't it? Actually, I think my culinary skills are not bad. You have to learn to protect yourself. Take this thing, and if you meet those who don't pay, spit in their eyes and then kick their dick. I started doing it when I was 15. Someone you loved? Have you ever loved someone before? Actually, it's not bad to open a cafe by the sea. If there's a guy who can play guitar to sing love songs to me every day, it might be even better. Caroline, I think I'm sick. Caroline, am I going to die? Nia. Caroline suddenly turned around and grabbed Nia's palm. You'll be fine. The surgery will be successful. It will be successful. Nia smiled slightly. Perhaps she felt relieved. The money in the will isn't much, but after you get it, maybe you can try to study. You're much younger than me. There should be a way out. It'll be fine. It'll definitely be fine. Caroline said sadly. Finally, Nia slowly closed her eyes, as if she had accumulated to the limit. When it comes to men's words, don't believe them when you can. They're animals that are good at deceiving. Nia. Looking at Nia, who suddenly closed her eyes, Caroline suddenly panicked. Doctor! Call the doctor. Doctor. She tried to shake Nia's shoulder, but was stopped by Carlo, who reminded her she's just asleep. The medicine she took made her drowsy. Don't wake her up. She's still very weak. Caroline could only nod. Outside the ward, the eldest cousin suddenly talked to Carlo, while the second cousin quickly handcuffed Caroline's hands again at this moment and covered them with her clothes again. Carlo didn't seem surprised when he saw the two of them holding hands, and he still said enthusiastically, Okay, gentlemen, it's a pleasure to work with you. I believe we'll be able to get a good amount of extra money in a few days. Lawyer Carlo? The eldest cousin suddenly smiled. Do you have a card? Maybe we'll have a chance to meet again in the future. Oh, it's my pleasure. Carlo handed over his card with a smile. This kind of thing often happened. Those in the underworld and lawyers who regarded professional ethics as bullsh*t were like dry firewood on fire. Caroline wasn't interested in the sudden mutual affection between the two. A nurse next to them happened to be pushing a cart with all kinds of medicine and medical tools on it. She just took something from it quickly when the eldest cousin and second cousin weren't paying attention, and then stuffed it into the pocket of her clothes. Carlo, and the other two said goodbye in front of the hospital. After that, the eldest cousin asked the second cousin what to do next. The second cousin said, Take this woman back. We'll talk about it after the lawyer gets the money in a few days. You follow this lawyer and see where he lives. They were still careful in doing things. The eldest cousin nodded and quietly followed Carlo. The second cousin suddenly grabbed Caroline's arm and said coldly, Let's go. Stay with us for another day. We will take good care of you, Miss Caroline. Wait a minute. I want to go to the toilet. Caroline stopped abruptly and covered her stomach. Really? The second cousin frowned, then pulled Caroline back to the hospital without saying a word. He brought Caroline to the ladies' washroom on the first floor. Seeing that there was no one nearby, he quickly pulled Caroline into the washroom. In the washroom, second cousin chose a toilet for Caroline that was for the disabled. The second cousin unlocked the handcuff on one side of his hand, then locked it on the handrail next to the toilet, and said indifferently, "I'll give you 10 minutes." The second cousin quickly closed the door. After looking at the doors and windows in the ladies' bathroom, he walked out again and leaned against the wall outside the bathroom. 3 days ago, we experienced the first despair of our lives here. Some of us have already unfortunately died in this disaster. In front of the theater, people wearing black clothes and holding white candles in their hands quietly lined up in rows. There were many white roses placed around, and the candlelight dyed them yellow and white. In addition to the MC's speech, the sound of sobbing could be vaguely heard. It was probably the family or friends who lost their loved ones in the disaster. In the distance, a black private car was parked. From the back seat of the car, the window was slightly rolled down, and a pair of indifferent eyes swept through the crowd in front of the theater gate. "Why don't you let these people hold a memorial service in the theater?" Suddenly there was a voice asking. It was Cusini, who was also sitting in the back seat of the car. Naturally, she was accompanied by Doflamingo, who had become Dr. San Francesco. The reason for this question was that San Francesco had secretly manipulated this memorial service early on. He asked people to reject the memorial service's request to apply for a venue and only allowed the area in front of the theater to be opened. In fact, since the end of the hijacking that day, the security department and the police searched the scene, and the theater had been closed. After all, there had been a gunfight inside, and many things were damaged. "Didn't I tell you?" San Francesco said. "Nuclear bomb." Cassini was taken aback, then frowned. She was still in Sao Paulo with Vita of the LK Brotherhood in the morning and immediately rushed back here at noon without stopping. Regarding the reason why San Francesco chose to sponsor the renovation of the theater, Cassini only thought it was an unimportant joke. "Of course it's a joke." San Francesco laughed strangely at this time. "In fact, before Roger died, he hid something very important to me. Nothing was found on his body, and the police should not have found it either. So I suspect that it is still hidden in the theater." "What is it?" Cusini frowned and asked. San Francesco said indifferently, "If you can find it, you will know." "Well, let people keep a close eye on it. Don't let anyone suspicious enter. I suspect that Roger's men are not all dead. Although Roger is a lunatic, he is not a fool. He should have some remaining men who did not directly participate in the hijacking, but outside to provide support. Then I will stay here." Cassini nodded. "No, you should accompany me to the banquet later." San Francesco shook his head. "Just tell the people below to do it. In addition, hurry up and find Buggy as soon as possible. I have something to ask him." "Yes, father. Drive." San Francesco ordered the driver in a deep voice. The car slowly drove out. Almost at the same time, two figures were slowly coming from the side of the car. They were also looking at the memorial service in front of the theater. One person lowered his voice and said, "Miss Yugi, you brought me here. Don't tell me you want me to attend this memorial service?" The people who came were Buggy and Miss Yuyi, the servant girl of the club. Miss Maid's eyes inadvertently swept over the black private car that had just driven away, then looked at Buggy and said indifferently, "Not attending, but performing." "Performing?" Buggy blinked his eyes. Miss Maid said at this time, "These people are now in a very interesting state just in time for you to use. Listen, it is a little troublesome for you to develop your own belief. If it is under normal circumstances, it will take a long time, and the effect will be slower. But because of the hijacking incident, you have a good opportunity." "I still don't quite understand." Buggy shook his head. Miss Maid said indifferently they heard some news. At the same time, they are also wondering about one thing. "What is it?" Yi said indifferently, "My master once made a group deal with these people. My master didn't hide anything. This." Buggy was stunned. and vaguely he seemed to think of something. "Go, show your miraculous power. Let me see how many believers you can get in one night." Yi smiled slightly. "Let me see how high your potential is." But Buggy still wanted to say something, but in the blink of an eye, Miss Maid had disappeared out of thin air. Buggy knew that the woman had hidden and was observing him in the dark. There was no plan in advance, and she didn't clearly explain what needed to be done. She just let him go directly. Buggy smiled bitterly. He gritted his teeth and braced himself to walk into the crowd. On the rooftop opposite the theater building, Miss Maid was holding a street food pastel in her hand. It was bought from the stall of the young man who set up a stall on the street. But last time it was bought by Boss Luo and he bought two. Tonight it was bought by Miss Maid and she only bought one. She ate quietly, and the night wind lifted her hair. Chapter 8:21. Mr. Orphy was very casual when he was working and would not always maintain his serious image. In fact, in the office, taking off his suit, undoing his tie, and rolling up his sleeves would make him feel more at ease. At 7:40 p.m., Mr. Orphy, who had finished testing the new listening device, still did not leave his workplace and chose to work overtime. In the afternoon, there were still some unresolved issues in the joint press conference with the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. In addition, according to intelligence, there was also a group of foreign agents who had infiltrated the country with unknown intentions. "Sir, we caught a few people unexpectedly." Suddenly, the secretary barged into Mr. Orphy's office, looking very anxious. Mr. Orphy knew that something serious must have happened, and his face darkened. "Who did you catch?" "Two men and a woman from the United States Federal Investigation Agency," the secretary said seriously. "What happened?" Mr. Orphy immediately realized the seriousness of the matter. "Sir, you asked me to thoroughly investigate the guest list on the day of the hostage case. I compared them one by one according to the surveillance video at the gate and the guest list, and found that there were a few people who did not match." The secretary quickly said they were going to leave at 4 p.m. on the train. "Fortunately, our people arrived in time, but in the process one escaped." "Did these people say anything?" Mr. Orphy quickly asked. The secretary shook his head. "These people are very stubborn and did not say anything. They only asked that we should follow the humanitarian principle. I'm thinking that maybe we should use the truth-telling serum on them." "Yes." Mr. Orphy was very decisive. "Go and prepare. You must interrogate them as soon as possible. I'll be right there. Also, check the guest list again. I want to make sure that no one is left out." "Yes." The secretary went out directly. Mr. Orphy rubbed his forehead. The hostage case at the theater that day, it seemed that the more he investigated, the more he found out. It was like a bottomless abyss. He took a sip of coffee to refresh himself and planned to rush to the interrogation room immediately. However, he suddenly remembered something and called home. "Hello, it's me, Barbara. Is Louis back?" Dr. Frange brought Louis home in the afternoon. He's very obedient now and is writing his thoughts on today's visit to the Science Museum in his room. I'm accompanying him. "Thank you for your hard work, Bobla." Mr. Orphy nodded before suddenly asking, "What about him? Is he not at home?" Mr. Orphy had a very bad relationship with his father, Dr. Frankie. As a maid, Barbara knew this very well. Therefore, she did not mind that Mr. Orphy had used him as a reference. "Oh, the doctor came back to watch the news and heard that there was another memorial gathering at the theater. He wanted to go and take a look, so he went out after dinner." "I'm fine now," Mr. Orphy said calmly. "Please keep Louis company. I might come back late tonight, or I might not come back at all." "It's fine. I can work overtime." Barbara quickly agreed, then sighed and said, "Mr. Orphy, I really suggest that you find another wife. This family still lacks a mistress." "Barbara, I'm listening. What is it?" "Sorry to trouble you." After saying this, Mr. Orphy directly hung up the phone. Then he loosened his sleeves, buttoned them up, and put on his tie again. After that, he took off his suit jacket from the hanger and put it on. When he walked out of the office, Mr. Orphy suddenly covered the photo frame on the table. That was a photo of him and his late wife. Tapping the fingers of his left hand on the elbow of his right hand, the second cousin suddenly frowned and looked at the time. It hadn't even been 10 minutes yet, but he suddenly had a feeling that something was going to happen. At this moment, a woman was about to enter the ladies' washroom. The second cousin put his hand on the woman's shoulder without saying anything, saying coldly, "It's under maintenance. You can go somewhere else." The woman said unwillingly, "Who are you? There's no maintenance sign here. Why can't I go in?" The second cousin slightly narrowed his eyes. "I said you can't go in." The ferocious gaze and the fingers that squeezed the woman's shoulder scared her. She retreated, turned around, and fled this place in horror, not daring to look back. The second cousin looked around and directly walked into the ladies' washroom. There happened to be a woman touching up her makeup in front of the sink. Seeing a ferocious man coming in, she immediately screamed. The second cousin simply lifted his clothes, revealing the pistol on his belt, and shouted, "Shut up and get out!" The woman was so scared that she directly stuck to the wall, moving all the way past the second cousin, and then ran away quickly. The second cousin then quickly walked to the toilet for the disabled and slapped it a few times. "Come out, time's up! Go away immediately!" But there was no response from inside. The second cousin frowned and did not intend to continue waiting. He directly kicked the door open. What made him angry was that there was no one inside. Caroline had disappeared. The handcuffs were still hanging alone on the handrail next to him, and there were no signs of them being opened. However, the second cousin found a bottle of medical lubricant on the toilet bowl. There was a sticky liquid left on the handcuffs. The second cousin immediately understood how Caroline unlocked the handcuffs. Shit! He was so angry that he punched the door next to him, but he quickly reacted. He had been guarding outside and did not see Caroline come out. It was impossible for her to climb out of this toilet, so she must still be here. At this moment, the second cousin suddenly felt his vision turn dark. Something was directly over his head. It should be a bucket, the kind used to mop the floor and fill water. He quickly realized that Caroline was sneaking up on him. However, this toilet was very narrow. Although it was for the disabled, it was still not much spacious. Second cousin only felt that he had been kicked hard in the back, and he immediately bumped into the wash basin. The second cousin pressed his hands on the sink and supported his body. He pulled out the pistol on his belt with one hand. Just as he was about to fight back, he suddenly felt an unbearable weight. Caroline mercilessly kicked his crotch from behind. Legend has it that the pain factor when this place is injured is comparable to a woman's childbirth. The second cousin directly covered his crotch and fell down in pain. His head was still covered by the bucket. Kacha-kacha! The pistol fell to the ground at some point and slid out. Caroline suddenly shivered at this moment. She subconsciously picked up the pistol and pointed at the second cousin. Her hands trembled and she could not hold it steadily. She did not dare to shoot. She hurriedly escaped. Caroline had just rushed out of the corridor when she found that everyone was looking at her. In her panic, she kept holding the pistol in her hand. The crowd looked at her in horror, and some people even squatted on the ground in fear. "Bitch, don't even think about running." The second cousin had already rushed out, his expression twisted as he angrily rushed towards Caroline. It was just that his crotch was injured, so his running posture was somewhat indecent. Caroline could not care too much. She lowered her head, hugged the pistol, and rushed out of the hospital door. Excuse me. Thank you. When Dr. Franch arrived, the memorial service had just begun. A pastor was invited, holding a Bible and a cross. After the MC finished his speech, it was the pastor's turn to speak. Dr. Franch finally squeezed to the front of the crowd, took off his hat, and lowered his head to listen. The pastor's voice slowly sounded. Dr. French was originally listening carefully, but at this moment he was a little annoyed by the lowered voices of the two men beside him. It's true, my brother-in-law is an officer in the police station. He told me that before their people arrived, those bandits were actually unconscious and all the guns were mysteriously dismantled. And I heard that the bandits even installed a powerful bomb and detonated it, but miraculously it did not have any power. Did you hear a very strange sound at that time? Dear guest, is there anything you need? The man suddenly said quietly. The other party listened, and his eyes narrowed slightly. You heard it too? I thought it was an illusion at that time. No, I really heard it. At that time there was something invisible in the dark. I think I heard it too. I even agreed. At first, I just thought that I was too scared and hallucinated. This was the voice of the third man. My wife has also been talking to me about this matter these 2 days. This was the fourth voice. Dr. Frankie frowned. It seemed that gradually more and more people began to discuss something that happened that day. He only managed to piece together a general idea from the bits and pieces he heard. Most of them heard the same voice, like a call from the depths of their hearts. The voice said the same thing to all of them. Some people agreed, some didn't, but the result was that their common wish was realized, and everyone was safe. Then, at the end of the kidnapping case, there were a few bizarre things. The bandits collectively fainted, the guns were inexplicably dismantled. An explosion of the bomb did not have the original power. The voices of discussion seemed to be out of control. There was originally a strange atmosphere at the memorial service. Everyone was wearing black clothes, holding candles, and the surroundings were quiet. It seemed to be mysterious. A mysterious feeling came quietly. Dr. French felt more and more that something was wrong. Many people here seemed to have fallen into a strange mental state. They seemed to be dominated by their own conjectures and the inexplicable things in front of them, causing them to feel awe of certain things. The women hugged their children and joined in the discussion from time to time. The men were sometimes silent, sometimes trying to make some explanations, and sometimes unable to verify their opinions. Some people seemed to have left quietly, not intending to participate in this memorial service that suddenly changed. The pastor noticed that something seemed to have happened at the memorial service, so he cleared his throat, coughed twice, and said solemnly, "Please keep quiet." Then the crowd calmed down. I really heard it. It seemed that they were not completely calm, and they were still whispering. Dr. French shook his head, and he wanted to leave. As a scientist, he really did not agree with some people who supported mysticism. Anyway, he had already offered flowers and had a moment of silence. Thank the Lord for his mercy, allowing us to be rescued in the disaster. The pastor seemed to want to end this memorial service with a strange atmosphere as soon as possible, so he sped up his pace. Dr. French had already turned around, but at this moment, a man's voice suddenly came from the crowd, a little hoarse and a little disdainful. God can't save us. He only knows how to create humans, and after that he doesn't care. Who? The pastor suddenly looked like a cat whose tail was stepped on, and his face sank. Who is blaspheming? The man's voice came from the crowd again. The crowd began to stagger, tracking the source of the voice, and then made a straight path to the front. A guy wearing a loose suit and a mask raised his left hand at this time and slowly said, "I said it." Masks were a type that could be seen everywhere in the carnival, and it even gave people the feeling that this was something bought casually from a street stall. When the strange man saw that the crowd had made way for him, he swaggered forward and stopped in front of the priest. "Sir, what can I do for you?" The pastor's manners were still very good, even though this guy seemed to have some bad intentions. The guy with the mask looked around at this time. Of course, he was Buggy, who was left here by Miss Maid. Buggy also felt desperate. What could he do? There were police officers around the memorial service to maintain order. If it was in the past, there would be no problem. The key was that he was now a fugitive. Was it really a man to let him appear in front of the police officers openly? Fortunately, he found a shop that sold carnival masks. In Rio, a carnival city, it was really easy to find this kind of carnival mask. Even so, Buggy's heart was still beating fast at this time. God knew if these police officers would come up and directly take off his mask, and then there would be nothing left for him to do. She must have been watching from somewhere. That black-hearted maid. Chapter 8:22. In Terminal A, Oni said that he walked away for a while and needed to go to the washroom. After that, Luvia asked Luacho if he wanted anything to drink. She could get something from the waiter in the lounge. Luacho shook his head and Luvia went to the lounge alone. Because it was an overseas flight, there were not many people in the lounge. Or rather, there were only the three of them. Only Luacho was left here. Luacho picked up a magazine next to him and started reading. However, Luacho's body suddenly turned into a puff of smoke and disappeared. The magazine he was holding suddenly fell to the ground. But before it fell, it was caught by someone, so it did not alarm anyone. Boss Luo opened the magazine and glanced at it. It turned out to be an introduction to wild animals. Did something happen? Luvia came back with 2 glasses of water. Seeing Luacho standing up instead of sitting, she asked curiously. Boss Luo smiled and said, "Nothing. I just want to stand up and move around. I sat for a long time." Luvia nodded and put down the glass. "It's almost time. Mr. Song should be back soon." Boss Luo nodded. At this time, Oni wiped his hands on his clothes and walked over. At the same time, he looked up at the TV on the wall and said to himself, "Memorial service?" Boss Luo and Luvia also looked at the TV. It turned out that it was the local news. It was reporting a memorial service in front of the Rio Municipal Theater. It seems that there is a riot. Luvia glanced at it indifferently. According to the report of the interviewer on the TV, it seemed that someone broke into the memorial service and caused trouble. Now, the police officers who maintained order at the scene were evicting the troublemaker. It's probably a boring guy who wants to be popular on the internet. Oni shrugged and looked at the man wearing a golden carnival mask who was arguing with several police officers. He shook his head. "What are you guys talking about?" Suddenly, a laughing voice came from the entrance of the lounge. Luvia's eyes suddenly softened. Nothing. Just looking at the news. Song Haren, who suddenly appeared at the entrance, nodded and did not enter. He looked at the time and said, "Let's go. It's almost time to board the plane. Luacho, did you miss me?" Boss Luo shook his head and glanced at the TV. He suddenly smiled and walked toward Song Haren and said, "Maybe I miss your story. Do you have a new story?" Song Haren laughed. "I don't have anything new, but I can tell you the story of when I was 18 years old and chased after a group of pirates in the Caribbean Sea. Do you want to hear it?" Luo Chio wasn't surprised when Song Haren mentioned the Caribbean Sea, because Song Haren's mother was Spanish. Hopefully it will be a wonderful story. Your journey will not be boring. Song Haren patted Luacho's shoulder and led him toward the boarding gate. However, after turning around, Chun Xiaolian placed his hands behind his back and secretly made an okay gesture toward Oni and Luvia. Oni and Luvia exchanged glances, and Oni whistled. "It seems the newcomers have passed the assessment. I will be able to see the beautiful Ganhong in the village in the future. I think I can expand my harem." Luvia rolled her eyes and ridiculed. "You really are a walking cannon. Bang, 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 bang. Are you afraid of Gatling?" Oni spread his legs and quickly straightened his back a few times. Luvia shook her head. She could not be bothered with Oni and simply walked out. Before leaving, Luvia glanced at the TV again. The news was still playing. "The riot at the memorial service is not over yet?" The camera turned back. "Right. He is trash. Let me go. Let me go." Although he felt that he might have taken the wrong script from the beginning, at this point, Buggy felt that he could only continue with all his might. At first, the script should have been like this. "Pastor, what did you say? Do you dare to say it again? How dare you despise our faith? You infidel! Buggy, I buggy God. Pastor, madman. Madman! You are blaspheming God. You should be burned at the stake. Buggy, you know nothing about power. I will let you mortals see true power. Pastor, this is a miracle, a miracle. A miracle. Buggy, ah ha 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 ha. However, the script in reality was like this. Let me go, let me go. Where are you dragging me? I have freedom of speech. This is a public place. Even if you are the police, you have no right to drive me away. Let me go. Even though his left and right hands were clamped by a police officer and he was being dragged away, he still shouted angrily. Everyone, let's continue. The pastor reopened the scripture in his hand. He didn't have much opinion about the guy who suddenly broke in. Anyway, it wasn't the first time that anti-religious people had appeared to cause trouble. In fact, such things happened all the time around the world. He just felt that the troublemaker was a little irrational. There were many police officers around the memorial service to maintain order, but he still rushed forward to cause trouble. Just as the pastor said, after the police officers dragged the troublemaker away, the scene quieted down again. However, with such an incident and the discussion of some people before, the memorial service seemed to have completely lost its original intention. Some people quietly dispersed from the back and drove away, because almost all of the people who came to the concert that night were from the upper class. The venue of the memorial ceremony was already packed with luxury cars. Otherwise, so many police officers would not have been deployed to maintain order. In fact, this road was even temporarily blocked. The sound of the car horns that left early was only in 2s and 3s at first, but later it was nonstop. The memorial service seemed to be unable to continue. The pastor had already sped up his speech. His eyes were fixed on the scripture in his hand, and he didn't intend to raise his head. On the opposite rooftop, Miss Maid, who finished the last bite of pastel, burned the greasy paper bag directly to the police officer, and then fell from the rooftop railing where she sat. Did I overestimate him? Miss Maid frowned and then shook her head gently. Her eyes turned and easily found the place where Bucky was at this moment. The police officers had already taken control of him. At this time, they planned to interrogate him about his origin and remove his carnival mask at the same time. Yu Yi frowned. As a wanted criminal, if Bucky was taken away by these police officers here, there would be more trouble later. But just as Yu Yi was about to take action, there seemed to be some small disturbance somewhere on the congested long street below. Yu Yi suddenly stopped. Bucky, Yu Yi narrowed her eyes. Is this what you got from Lucifer, the first wish you made? Bang! A loud sound. Caroline didn't know where she had run to. Second cousin had been chasing after her, so she could only choose to go where there were more people. The sound of panting. Yes, she could hear the sound of her breathing and the sound of her heart beating rapidly. She was running as fast as she could, and she was terrified. Caroline seemed to have seen such a scene somewhere, but she couldn't remember clearly where she had seen it. Maybe in a dream. Something was chasing after her relentlessly. Was it a vicious dog? That dream. She didn't know why there were suddenly a lot of cars around her. Maybe it was because of the bad traffic in the city or something else, but Caroline didn't care so much. She passed through the gaps between the cars. There were so many obstacles that provided her with good cover, but she gradually felt a little uncomfortable. She had just sprained her ankle in Arnold's old house 2 nights ago. Now that she had been on the run for a long time, the pain from the old injury was extremely unbearable. Gradually, second cousin had caught up. She could even see the other party's ferocious smile. If he fell into his hands, he would probably take revenge on him for injuring his little brother, right? Don't come over. At the end of the road, Caroline, in despair, suddenly held the pistol she picked up from second cousin with both hands. She held both hands at the same time and pointed at second cousin with trembling fingers. Don't come over! Second cousin frowned and stopped. It was not easy for him to dodge. The two were in the middle of the cars at this time. He was simply the best target, the kind that could be hit even with his eyes closed. Do you dare to shoot? But after all, he was a gangster. He couldn't be said to be brave, but at least he was courageous. You. Don't come over. Don't come over. Caroline slowly retreated. Second cousin was closing in step by step. However, screams. Those were the people who caught a glimpse of the poem between Caroline and second cousin. Perhaps it was because of the fear of being kidnapped not long ago. Some people's reactions were unusually intense. They opened the car door and fled desperately. Voices of panic rose and fell one after another. Second cousin didn't expect such a commotion to happen in the end. He just wanted to end all this as soon as possible. Otherwise, it would be difficult for him to escape later. Second cousin gritted his teeth and suddenly pounced on Caroline. He didn't intend to give this woman any chance to react. He even had the urge to kill her. Caroline couldn't fight against the strong second cousin at all. She was almost instantly thrown to the ground by second cousin. This strong man's legs were pressing down on her hands, and his hands were pinching her neck at the same time. Second cousin pursed his lips. His veins swelled and were full of killing intent. Caroline kicked her legs in pain and struggled. She felt that her throat might be broken in the next second. Unwilling to die, the will to live made Caroline's hand that was holding the pistol move. Bang! Gunshot. Unfortunately, she couldn't aim at the man who wanted to kill her. The bullet just stuck close to the ground and shot at the tire of a private car next to her. The burst tire also made a loud noise in the next moment. The loud noise echoed on the long street. The people in front and behind didn't know what happened behind them. They only heard gunshots. It seemed to be the sound of an explosion. Screams rang out, and the scene became even more chaotic. But second cousin still didn't intend to let go of Caroline. He had already seen Caroline's red face. If he persisted, this troublesome woman could be solved. As for the matter with Lawyer Carlo, he believed that as long as he put the knife in front of this lawyer, he would cooperate obediently. Unfortunately, you missed the chance to kill me. Second cousin let out a grim smile. The touch of pinching Caroline's neck gave him a strange sense of excitement. It was the joy of killing. Caroline struggled in pain. Her eyes were wide open. Her eyes were bloodshot, and tiny blood vessels appeared. She could no longer breathe. In a state of near death, Caroline seemed to see a beam of white light. Her consciousness was fleeting. She saw a lot of messy things. She was very unfamiliar with the scene. There was the scene of her talking to someone she didn't know. There was the scene of her holding a gun and walking through the rain of bullets. She was holding something high. She was losing something. When she was sad, when she was reveling, when she was lonely, when she hugged someone, all of a sudden, bang! There seemed to be another noise. Caroline's consciousness was a little confused. Her ears were buzzing because the tire was smashed next to her. Her eardrums were under pressure. She seemed to see second cousin covering his shoulder with a twisted expression. Second cousin suddenly gritted his teeth, quickly picked up the pistol from his hand, and then fired at something. Second cousin covered his injured shoulder, retreated, and fired. Then he disappeared from Caroline's sight. Caroline suddenly felt as if she was being picked up by someone. She saw a uniformed police officer looking at her, as if asking questions. In the end, Caroline slowly closed her eyes and fainted. Calling, there's a woman unconscious calling the front desk. There's also a man with a gun. The location is the street outside the municipal theater. Calling, he ran over there. You stay and take care of the injured. Everyone up front, try not to shoot. There are too many people now, and it's easy to accidentally injure someone. Quick! You can't do this to me. I have civil rights. Buggy was still holding on, holding his mask tightly, unwilling to let it be taken off. However, his resistance obviously aroused the police officer's anger. You'd better cooperate, otherwise you'll suffer. You're not allowed. There was a sudden loud noise. Officer Buggy stopped all of a sudden. Everyone was startled because they knew very well that this sound was a gunshot. After that, there was a suspected explosion. Go and take a look. You stay here and watch this guy. A guy who looked like a leader suddenly threw away the cigarette, but in his hand, pulled out his gun from the holster, and rushed quickly to the source of the sound with his men. What happened? The police officer who stayed behind at this time looked from afar, seemingly quite concerned about what happened in front of him. But at this time, he suddenly felt a hard hit from behind. He suddenly fell to the ground, and at the same time, a pair of legs directly clamped his neck. At the same time, his hands were twisted, which Troublemaker was wearing a carnival mask. Deadly scissor kick. I haven't used it for many years. You forced me. The police officer quickly slapped the floor a few times, and because of the lack of oxygen, he quickly fainted. Troublemaker. Buggy breathed a sigh of relief and got up from the ground in a sorry state. He took out the key from the police officer's clothes and unlocked his handcuffs. He quickly looked at the chaotic scene in front of him, took off his mask without saying a word, stuffed it into his clothes, and quickly fled this place. Help! Is there anyone? Is there anyone? Save my husband! He was hit by a bullet. Help! 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 The sound of crying. They should be the guests who were about to leave after attending the memorial service. At this time, in the crowd, a lady was holding a man. The man's abdomen was bleeding constantly and he was dying. I've called an ambulance, but looking at the situation of the blockage, it's estimated that they won't be able to come in for a while. Someone said, helplessly, who knows how to stop the bleeding temporarily? Someone hurriedly suggested, it's impossible to stop the bleeding, this amount of bleeding. Someone sighed. They could only watch as the grieving woman hugged her husband and wept. Who can save my husband, I beg you? Is there no one? The woman painfully lay on her husband's chest, wailing loudly. At this time, I'll do it. I'll save him. A loud voice rang out. The man with the carnival mask pushed the crowd aside and walked out. He crossed his hands on his chest and solemnly said, in the name of the omniscient and omnipotent, the great Buggy, I, the apostle of the great omniscient and omnipotent Buggy, can save him. F***ck, my luck is here, I really can't stop it. Fortunately, I didn't throw away the mask just now. Chapter 8:23. In the name of the omniscient and omnipotent, the great Buggy, I, the apostle of the great omniscient and omnipotent, can save him. It was solemn, sacred, and seemed to have a little mysterious aura. Night, street lights, chaos. Everyone's eyes gathered, and they held their breaths. The woman looked at her husband with grief. At this moment, wearing the carnival mask, he seemed to have become a ferryman of souls, giving people an indelible impression, probably. However, isn't this the guy who made trouble just now? Don't make trouble. Get out of here. A group of people surged forward and directly pushed the carnival masked man out. Then they continued to talk about it. In this case, unless a miracle happened, the man who was shot would probably only be able to return to the arms of God. I tell you, you will be punished by the omniscient and omnipotent Buggy. Oh, don't hit. Don't hit my face. Who touched my dick? Oh, Buggy climbed out of the crowd awkwardly. He covered the carnival mask on his face with one hand and hurriedly climbed to the front of the lady who was holding her husband. He quickly said, Listen, madam, your husband won't live long. You should know this in your heart. Why don't you let me try it this time? What if I can save him? If you don't allow it, then you will become the murderer of your husband. Kill this fraud. Wait. The lady hesitated for a moment, then quickly wiped the tears in her eyes and grabbed Buggy's arm hard. Can you really save him? Buggy wanted to nod, but suddenly remembered Miss Maid's explanation about the probability he got. He glanced at the jewelry on the lady and suddenly had a flash of inspiration. He lowered his voice and said, I think I can at least give you some time to make a will for your husband. The lady was stunned. At this time, someone began to pull Buggy up, and then several people held him at the same time. It seemed that they were going to hand him over to the police. The police were fighting with a man with a gun in this traffic jam and had no time to care about the situation here. Please wait a minute, I want him to try. The lady suddenly said at this time, Madam, you're really desperate. Someone shook his head. Who knows what he'll do? It is possible that he will lead to your husband's death sooner. Even though the man who was shot didn't seem to have much longer to live. This is my husband. I have the right. The lady took a deep breath and looked at Bucky. But if you lie to me, I will make you regret it for the rest of your life. Buggy struggled a few times, and those who were holding him let go of him. Bucky straightened his fake Zegna suit, then put his hands on his chest and said seriously, Madam, I think your husband will be happy with your decision. The lady got up from the ground, grabbed Buggy's shoulders, pulled him in front of her, and said in a low voice, Can you really give him time to make a will? Buggy decided to end the battle quickly. Without saying a word, he asked people to move the man who had been shot to the side. Several unwilling men worked together to lift the man who had been shot. Looking at the blood flowing out of his chest, they were frightened. At this time, Buggy didn't have time to do a lot of rituals and spells to improve his professionalism. He took out the small bottle given to him by the servant girl, opened it, and quietly hid it in his collar. Then he pressed his hands directly on the man's chest. In the night, it was easy to see that Buggy's hands were slightly emitting a milky white light. Gradually, it spread across the chest of the man who had been shot. These glimmers were intermittent, appearing and disappearing, and then quickly appearing again. Some people with sharp eyes saw that the back of Buggy's neck and the end of his hair were wet. The lady stared at her husband and then covered her mouth in disbelief. That was because the man's complexion was gradually improving. His eyelids began to move slightly, and then he slowly opened his mouth. He was a little weak, but he did speak. Is this heaven? Finally, Buggy released his hands and slowly stood up. Because he was wearing a carnival mask, no one could see that Buggy's lips were trembling at this moment. This blessing spell could only slightly stimulate people's potential. To put it bluntly, it accelerated the metabolism of the human body, giving people a feeling of health and spirit. Buggy didn't know how many times he had used it back and forth. Anyway, he had already drunk a bottle of spirit recovery potion according to the servant girl's instructions. At this moment, he had a splitting headache and his eyelids were heavy. He really wanted to sleep like this. It would be best if he could sleep on a pair of big breasts. The man who had been shot also slowly stood up at this time. Under everyone's incredible gaze, he unbuttoned his shirt, revealing the place where he had been shot. Except for the blood on the skin, there was no wound there. I'm not dreaming, right? Miracle. This may be a trick. These people may be in cahoots. A questioning voice came from the crowd. Buggy put his hands on his chest and said indifferently, I am the omniscient and omnipotent, the apostle of the great Buggy who walks on earth. His legs suddenly left the ground and floated up. Then he disappeared from the sky in an instant. The questioning voice was instantly drowned in the screams. Everyone looked up at the night sky blankly, but they didn't notice that a trace of fanaticism flashed in the eyes of the man who had been shot. He muttered to himself, the great omniscient and omnipotent, the great omniscient and omnipotent, the great omniscient and omnipotent, the great... Wah! High in the sky, a frightened scream sounded, and then a figure fell from the sky, landing on the rooftop of a building directly opposite the theater. Doing this kind of free fall and directly hitting the rooftop, ordinary people would probably die instantly. But obviously this person didn't. His body stopped at the moment when he was about to hit the floor of the rooftop. He stopped abruptly when he was less than 10 centimeters away from the ground, and then he fell to the ground again. Buggy hurriedly got up at this time and took off the carnival mask, unable to hide the excitement in his eyes. Ye, miss. Did you see that? I did it. I brought that man back to life. Really, I really saved her life. Well done. Mississippi maid responded indifferently. Buggy chuckled and then asked in confusion, "But why did you take me away so quickly? I think I can continue to perform. I will definitely make those who doubt me suffer. I have my plans." Yu shook her head, and although that man is alive now, he is still in danger, because you only accelerated the healing of his wounds, but the bullet still remains in his body. Buggy thought for a while, but he should have died, but I gave him time. Yu took out the emerald green olive miter, so you were lucky enough to get the initial source of faith. People were saved in the despair of dying. After the thought was compressed for a moment, it sublimated into a fanatical worship of you. What a lucky guy. How should I put it? Although it was a bit of a fluke, the final result was that it was much better than what he had expected. Mississippi, mate of the club, looked at Buggy and then walked into the night. Find a place to rest by yourself. That's all for today. Huh. What should we do next? Do nothing. Wait. Mademoiselle, servant girl, left without a sound. Buggy took a deep breath, then approached the railing of the rooftop and gradually calmed down. At the same time, he looked at the chaotic street below. Maybe he should wait until the scene was evacuated before leaving. At this time, he suddenly thought of something and quickly ran to the only iron door that led downstairs. Locked? How do I go down? On the moving stretcher bed, Caroline's eyelids moved and then slowly opened. She took a deep breath, sat up abruptly, and then breathed heavily. At the same time, she touched her neck in a panic. Her neck was red, and there was a very conspicuous bruise. Caroline looked around. There were several injured people around her. Some seemed to have sprained, while others were lying flat and playing with their mobile phones. Many police cars appeared around. The originally congested street had been cleared a lot. Several police cars were parked nearby, and the red and blue rotating lights flashed back and forth. Suddenly, a police officer walked to Caroline, squatted down, and asked, "Miss, you're awake? Are you okay? Are you conscious?" Caroline shook her head and nodded again. She opened her mouth and wanted to say something, but when she remembered that she was involved in the Livia murder case, she swallowed her words back. "Miss, who is the murderer who attacked you? What's your relationship? Why did he want to kill you?" The police officer stared at Caroline and asked, "That person?" Caroline looked nervous. The police officer shook his head and said, "He escaped during the shootout. My head hurts. Can you get me a doctor?" Caroline hugged her head with a painful expression. The police officer had to say, "Miss, wait, I'll be right there." Seeing the police officer walk away, Caroline quickly got up. The police officer also looked back frequently. When he saw Caroline's actions, he quickly stopped her. However, Caroline picked up the stretcher on the ground and threw it at him. Taking advantage of this time, she quickly rushed into a nearby alley. When the police officer caught up, she was already gone. Calling, there's a suspicious woman in her 20s wearing a light blue coat, about 1.75 meters tall, from the 4th Avenue, 11:00 in the evening. A lot of people gathered in a small bar rebuilt from a basement. At this time, there were still people coming one after another. Now, 2 more men were here. Their car was parked far away, but the 2 did not get out of the car immediately. "Boss Boston, Johnny has successfully escaped, but he was shot in the shoulder. Do you think we should?" A man looked at Boston, who was sitting in the driver's seat, and asked. These 2 were none other than the Boss Boston who had captured Caroline and Arnold. "He can't even take care of a woman, and he even ate a bullet." Boss Boston's tone was unfriendly. "This Johnny is really getting worse and worse. However, since he has left, let's not bother about him first. Business is more important. Get out of the car. It should be starting soon. When we go in later, be alert and don't cause trouble. There are some ruthless people inside." The underling nodded and then asked puzzledly, "Boss, who are we going to meet? Why are we so nervous?" Boston shook his head and said, "I don't know, but it should be a very powerful guy. I just saw Joshy Asen's car. Even he is here. Joshy Asen. His territory has 2 streets. Even such a fierce person is here? The underling was secretly shocked. People like Josh Yason were already big shots that they looked up to. Boss Boston, who he followed, was at best a small group of a few guys, doing some work here and there. He did not even have a fixed territory. Of course, there were many gangs like them in this city. Boss Boston pushed the door open, and many eyes in the bar gathered on him at the same time. Boston saw some familiar faces, but there were also many faces that he needed to look up to. He quickly walked in with his men and walked towards a corner of the tavern. A man with a scar on his forehead was sitting there, and behind him stood 2 strong guys, the only guys that Boston had a relationship with. Boson also came here because he received the invitation from this guy. "Has it started, Boss Lancy?" Boston sat down and asked quickly, "Why are you here?" Lancy frowned. Boston shrugged and was about to speak when Lancy suddenly made a gesture to be silent. "Sure, the main character is here." Boston quickly looked in the direction Lancy was looking at. A woman wearing sunglasses with her blonde hair tied up and wearing a black Western dress came out of the bar's inner hall. Behind the woman were 4 tall and strong men. The woman looked around and said, "I'm sorry, I just participated in a rather important banquet. I've kept everyone waiting." The woman had just finished speaking when a bald man with a cigar in his mouth raised his hand and said, "Who are you? Why did you call us here?" The woman said indifferently, "Are you satisfied with the $500,000 that came with the invitation?" The bald man sneered, "If it weren't for the money, I wouldn't have come here, and I wouldn't have had the patience to wait for you here for so long. However, if you don't make your purpose clear, I'm sorry, but I won't take out the $500,000. That was a greeting gift for all of you. Of course, I'm happy that you accepted it." The woman smiled faintly and then suddenly clapped her hands. Everyone suddenly became nervous, and the men behind the bosses quickly took out their guns. "Don't be nervous. I'm just showing you something." The woman waved her hand. One of the men behind her carried a black box to the front of the crowd. He put the box in front of the counter and opened it. "I hope you can become my partners and sell these things well." The woman in sunglasses stood with her hands behind her back and looked at the crowd again. "What's this?" A slightly plump middle-aged man stood up, walked to the counter, and picked up the bags of coarse, salt-like things in the box. He suddenly frowned. "This is bath salts." "It's a newly developed product." The blonde woman in sunglasses clapped her hands again. 2 of the men she brought quickly walked back inside, and then walked in with a dispirited guy. This dispirited guy was obviously a guy with a heavy drug addiction. At this time his expression was sluggish. After the 2 strong men threw him to the ground, this guy was still smiling foolishly. The blonde woman gave another order, and one of the men picked up the goods in the black box, took out a little, and fed it to the addict. Chapter 824. In the small lounge in the basement, several men were hugging the drug addict, who was fed the new drug at the same time. This guy's body was still thin, but under the entanglement of several big men, he burst out with strength that didn't belong to them. His condition seemed to be very good, and even his reaction became abnormally fast. All the bosses were amazed. This wrestling had lasted for more than 10 minutes. In the end, the drug addict suddenly lost all his strength and fell to the ground. He seemed to have fallen asleep. This guy is simply a beast. A burly man returned to his boss's side and touched his shoulder with his hand. There was a bite wound on his shoulder. The blonde woman in sunglasses stood up at this time. "Everyone, how do you feel about its effect?" The bald man with a cigar frowned and said in a deep voice, "What's the situation with this guy now?" He pointed to the drug addict who fell to the ground and asked. The blonde woman in sunglasses said indifferently, "His consciousness still exists, but he has fallen into a delusion. Because of the effect of the drug, his mental activity index has far exceeded the nervous reflexes, so his brain can only shut down the command of all the functions of his body, and his own consciousness has fallen into a frenzy of excitement. Perhaps he is experiencing true bliss. "This is what you said. Why should I believe it?" The blonde woman in sunglasses said indifferently, "The goods here. I will give you some test products. Whether the effect is good or not, you can go back and find someone to test it. Of course, you can also directly choose to cooperate with me now and become our collaborator. Time is money, and money is king." The scene was silent, and no one wanted to be the first person to stand up. Suddenly, a doubtful voice came from the corner. "In the past 2 days, a kind of zombie bath salt appeared in Sao Paulo. It shouldn't be this kind of thing, right? After that thing is eaten, it will make people crazy and bite people. It is said that several people have taken it and eventually died." The blonde woman in sunglasses smiled and said, "I want to ask, among the many drugs on the market now, which one is not dangerous in the case of overdose?" This was the truth. There had never been a drug that didn't bear a lot of blood debt. "Sorry, I'm just running a casino. I'm not interested in this kind of thing." A woman in her 30s suddenly stood up. "I'm not interested in such a deal. Here's the 500,000 you sent. I'll return it to you." She asked her subordinates to take out stacks of cash and put them on the table. Then she left with her people. The blonde woman in sunglasses seemed unmoved. The woman who put down the money led her 3 subordinates out of the door. However, not long after, a few screams suddenly came from outside. Everyone's expression changed slightly. Someone hurriedly pushed the door open to take a look. The woman and her subordinates had already fallen outside dead. This instantly infuriated the dangerous people present. They pulled out their guns one after another, and the atmosphere in the narrow bar suddenly became tense. "Miss, aren't you being too overbearing? Or do you really think that we would be afraid of you just because of the few of you?" The blonde woman in sunglasses suddenly sat down and crossed her legs. Her subordinates poured her a glass of sake. She smiled and said, "I just gave you time to consider, but I didn't give you the right to refuse. In addition, perhaps your bullets are enough to kill me, but unfortunately I'm just an agent. After I die, many people like me will appear. But on the contrary, you may not necessarily be the same. Are you threatening us?" Another sneer sounded. "I grew up being scared." Bang! Just as he finished this sentence, he suddenly fell to the ground. A bloody hole directly appeared on his forehead, but neither the blonde woman in sunglasses nor her 4 subordinates moved. "By the way, I forgot to tell you that I have arranged 5 sniper rifles outside." The woman drank a mouthful of sake. "You killed my big brother? I'll kill you, bitch." It was the brother of the man who was just shot. At this time he pulled out his gun and roared. However, his gun was shot down in an instant, and a bullet hit his forehead in an instant. "Green Scorpion." The blonde woman in sunglasses put down the glass and said softly, "One of our gunmen." Green Scorpion. Hearing this name, everyone's face changed dramatically. Boss Boston, who wanted to freeload, became very nervous now. He looked at Boss Lan Chi beside him in horror, asking quickly, "Who's Green Scorpion?" "He's the #1 gunman in the underground assassination world in South America. It's said that he's a horrible guy who can use a sniper rifle as a pistol." Boss Boston subconsciously touched the pistol hidden under his clothes and couldn't help but feel a sense of despair. Behind this blonde woman in sunglasses, there might be an unimaginably huge force. This force was enough to wipe out all the people at the scene. In the gray world, the other party was like a great white shark, and they were just slightly bigger fish. "How much for these goods?" $250 per gram. The blonde woman in sunglasses said indifferently, "It's 4 times the price of the highest purity heroin." A roar sounded. The woman looked at him. "Sir, what did you say just now?" "I didn't hear it. Can you repeat it?" "Ha ha ha, that's a good price." Another big boss next to that person walked out with a laugh. He walked to the boxes and picked up one of them. "The higher the purchase price, the higher the selling price. I want 3 kilograms of goods, right? Give me 2 kilograms first. 1. 5 kilograms will do. I just received a batch of goods last month, so I don't have that much liquid gold on hand. Seeing the bosses transfer money to the account provided by the blonde woman and then take the corresponding amount from her, Boston couldn't help but stare blankly. Boston didn't move for a long time, which finally attracted the blonde woman's attention. She looked at Boston and said indifferently, "It seems that this gentleman is still considering." Boston looked around and saw that everyone's eyes were focused on him. He immediately swallowed and said nervously, Can I only get 200 grams? 200 grams? The blonde woman couldn't help but be startled. Boston's boss could only say embarrassedly, "It's not that I don't want to buy more, but I really don't have that much money." He's just a punk who hasn't been out for long. He doesn't even have his own territory. Lan Chi suddenly said. Boss Lan Chi suddenly spoke up, as if he wanted to help. "Actually, I was the one who called him here to see the world, so I'm afraid he wasn't on your invitation at the beginning." Poston immediately cast him a grateful look. "Do you have your own sales channel?" the blonde woman suddenly asked again. Boston's boss quickly said, "We're all mobile at the moment. Basically, the customers we sell to our students in school. We have sales channels from the school. In addition, there are people who like to go to nightclubs." "I see." The blonde woman nodded. "How about this? There's 1 kilogram here. You take it back first, and you can pay me the next time you get the goods. Don't try to escape, we'll find you." "I know." Boston's boss nervously took the amount that was on credit, and his smile was uglier than crying. Happy cooperation. The blonde woman raised her glass to everyone. After 12 o'clock, only the blonde woman and several of her men were left in the small bar. "Get rid of this guy." She waved her hand at this time and asked them to take away the drug addict who was used as an experiment, and she stayed here alone. The woman took off her sunglasses, put down her hair, and then made a phone call. "Father, it's me, Cassini. The first step has been completed. You've worked hard. Go back, take a good bath, and have a rest. There will be a lot of work later." In a high-end apartment far away from this small bar, Saint Fran walked naked to the floor-to-ceiling window and threw the phone that he had just turned off on the big bed. And on the bed, 2 young women with hot figures were making love to each other. Suddenly, the 2 women on the bed climbed down at the same time, like domesticated cats, came to Saint Fran's feet and began to rub his body with their bodies. They were constantly looking for something, and seemed to be in a strange state. Saint Fran laughed at this time, walked 2 steps, and took out a bottle from the table. There was some white powder in the bottle. He sprinkled the powder on the ground, and the 2 young women instantly threw themselves on the ground and began to lick it. Saint Fran looked indifferently at the 2 women who were completely zombified, and then looked at the bottle in his hand. He didn't remember how he got the formula to make this thing. In fact, he didn't need to remember it. He didn't need to remember the angry expression of the former leader of the Imperial Capital Command after he knew that he betrayed him. Anyway, in the end, he still died under the betrayal of his own son, Roger, and became the shield for his successful escape. He didn't need to remember how crazy he was when he took the formula from him, because this formula now belonged to him. He didn't need to remember the years of prison life, because it made him fade out of the sight of many people and also gave him plenty of time to plan something. Although it came out earlier than expected, but Saint Fran narrowed his eyes. Life is interesting when there are some unknown things. Suddenly, Saint Fran raised the bottle in his hand and pointed it at the moon under the night sky. "It's so beautiful. In the end, who made you? I spent several years in prison trying to change this formula, but I didn't succeed. Instead, I made several byproducts." In the dark alley, Caroline walked quickly with her head down. There shouldn't be any police officers coming to find her. She squatted at the back door of a restaurant. She was so tired that she had to choose a place to rest. Suddenly, there seemed to be the sound of footsteps. Caroline quickly hid and found that it was the restaurant staff who were cleaning up the garbage. Caroline hadn't eaten for a whole day. She suddenly had an idea. She sneaked into the restaurant from the back door while the restaurant staff weren't paying attention. The restaurant had already ushered in the final stage of closing. The people left behind began to lock the door after turning off the lights. Soon after, Caroline turned on the lights of the restaurant in the dark. There were still a lot of leftovers in the kitchen. Some leftover soup base in the pot and bread. Caroline was so hungry that she quickly stuffed the bread into her mouth, then turned on the gas stove, thinking to heat up the cold soup base. She gobbled it up. She sat alone in the kitchen, nervously looking around. Perhaps she could safely sleep here and wait for the restaurant to open tomorrow morning, then find a chance to leave? As Caroline thought about it, she was so sleepy that her eyelids drooped uncontrollably. So, she leaned against the cupboard and fell asleep. She seemed to have another dream. In the dream, she saw a lot of things. A man was pinching her neck with his hand. Caroline wanted to see the other party's face clearly, but under the light, she couldn't see the other party's real appearance. However, there was a very special tattoo on his chest. She still struggled frantically, but her hands and feet were obviously firmly grasped by something. It was a hand a few men's arms. Suddenly, a man came over with something in his hand. He took out the thing inside, then grinned. They seemed to be talking about something, but that was all Caroline could see. She couldn't hear anything. The man who came later and the man who pinched her neck seemed to have a few words. Then he bent down and stuffed something into his mouth. Caroline finally saw the man's appearance clearly. It was Boss Boston. She would never forget this face. It was because of the appearance of this black boss that her originally terrible life became even worse. Nightmare. Dash! Caroline opened her eyes abruptly. On the cold kitchen floor, a cockroach crawled past. Caroline stood up instinctively and stepped on the cockroach very quickly. She supported herself on the kitchen counter. After having such a nightmare, she felt as if she had sex with 4 or 5 men all day. She was so tired that she felt weak. Caroline supported herself on the wall and walked into the restaurant's bathroom. She washed her face and seemed to feel much better. She looked at herself in the mirror. The bruise on her neck that was pinched by second cousin was very obvious. She also saw that the whites of her eyes were filled with blood and were completely red. She looked like a malicious spirit and was extremely terrifying. Caroline frowned. She was almost close to the mirror on the sink. She opened her eyes with her fingers and looked at her eyeballs. She was worried that there would be something wrong with her eyes. Suddenly, she saw a terrifying flame, like a volcanic eruption, pushing open the bathroom door directly. The flame swallowed her directly. She even saw herself being burned black in the fire. Her eyeballs were still red. Caroline shuddered suddenly. She was still in the bathroom. The faucet was not turned off, and the sound of running water could be heard. Caroline opened her mouth. She suddenly remembered something. Without saying a word, she rushed out of the door and ran back to the kitchen. At this time, the scene in the kitchen shocked Caroline. She forgot to turn off the gas stove. The bottom of the thick soup had long been burned to foam. The fire was extinguished, but gas overflowed. The entire kitchen was filled with the smell of natural gas. Caroline hurriedly turned off the gas valve and turned on the kitchen's exhaust fan. When the gas was almost exhausted, she breathed a sigh of relief. Caroline secretly thought that it was a close call. If a spark suddenly appeared, I'm afraid it was really a false alarm. Caroline shook her head. She felt dizzy and tired. She slowly walked out of the kitchen, came to the sofa in the dining room and lay down. Not long after, she fell asleep again. Silence, silence, silence. Only the ticking sound of the wall clock in front of the restaurant could be heard. Suddenly, a mosquito buzzed over. After sucking Caroline's blood, it flew away shakily. It flew to the kitchen and was suddenly attracted by something. It was the mosquito extinguishing lamp. The mosquito suddenly hit it. Pah! The electric net instantly burned the mosquito's body into black, and a few sparks fell. Chapter 8:25. Although the power supply and communication had been restored, Louis was still at home because it was the weekend after Friday. Barbara had already prepared breakfast and was greeting Dr. Frankie and Louis to eat. She poured a glass of milk for both of them and asked, "Doctor, are you feeling better?" Dr. Frankie rubbed his waist, then smiled and said, "It's nothing, it's just a bump." Barbara patted her chest and said, "That's good to hear. I saw on the news that there was a gunfight at the memorial ceremony last night and several people were unlucky enough to be shot. Although it was not life-threatening, it was still an unexpected disaster. Doctor, you're really lucky." She still remembered how Dr. Frankie had walked back last night with his hands on his waist. It was really a false alarm. What could have happened? Dr. Frankie opened the newspaper and said, "It was just a bump by a fugitive. You're the one who was too nervous." Barbara shook her head. Then she remembered something. "By the way, doctor, I received a call from Mr. Orphy half an hour ago. He told me that he's on his way home. He said that he has something to discuss with you. He hopes that you can wait for him." Dr. Frankie frowned and looked down at Louis, who was eating silently with his head down. He said with dissatisfaction, "What? He didn't come back last night?" Mr. Orphy said that there was something important. Dr. Frankie snorted and did not say anything else. Not long after, Mr. Orphy returned home. He asked Barbara to take Louis to the yard outside to play, and then called Dr. Frankie to the study. Mr. Orphy did not say anything and just paced back and forth in the study impatiently. However, his eyes never left Dr. Frankie. It was like a parent looking at a child who made a mistake and was so angry that he could not say anything. "If you have something to say, just say it. I'm not your subordinate. You don't have to put on airs in front of me," Dr. Frankie said coldly. Mr. Orphy stopped and took a deep breath. He then stared at Dr. Frankie and said in a deep voice, "Let me ask you, did you and Billy have some kind of agreement before?" Dr. Frankie was slightly startled. He then tilted his head and said indifferently, "I don't know what you're talking about." "Leiden Corporation. Secret technical support." Mr. Orphy lowered his voice. Dr. Frankie opened his mouth, but remained silent. He and Orphy looked at each other. After a long time, the doctor sighed and said, "Since you already know, why are you still asking me?" "Because I don't believe you. That's why I want to hear it from you personally." Mr. A.O. Fay said angrily, "I don't believe that my father would do such a thing. I don't believe that my father would become so irrational. Have you gone senile? Don't you know who's behind Leiden Corporation? You and Billy actually went to Leiden Corporation to trade this kind of technology. Privately?" Dr. Frankie shook his head and said, "I only know that if this deal is successful, we will have the ability to successfully launch our first satellite in 1 or 2 years. For this, any sacrifice is worth it." Mr. Orphy tried to calm himself down. "Do you know who our men have caught in the past 2 days? What does that have to do with me?" The professor shook his head. "I'm just a scientist. I don't care about politics. It's the FBI from the United States." Mr. Orphy stared at Dr. Frankie and said slowly, "Yes, you can ignore politics. But do you know that Leiden Corporation, the company you want to trade with, has long been targeted by the government there? Once the agreement is reached and the evidence is confirmed, Leiden Corporation will be accused of selling the country's technology, and we will be your accomplices. We will give that gangster-like country a very good excuse to blackmail us." This, Dr. Frankie stood up abruptly. Not being involved in politics did not mean that he could not analyze the pros and cons. He just never thought about it. This is impossible. Those agents are in my territory right now. Do you want me to send you to them? Mr. Orphy roared at his old father. "You're my father. You're setting me up. Are you trying to get me killed? Are you trying to break this broken family into pieces again? Are you trying to destroy the life I've worked so hard to pick up again? You stubborn old man, Orphy. Dr. Frankie's lips trembled. Mr. Orphy wiped his face with both hands and took a few deep breaths. I'm sorry I spoke too harshly. I'll put this matter aside for now. But during this time, no, from now on, don't have any contact with Billy. I don't want the current Mr. President to label me as an accomplice of Billy's people. Dr. Frankie was silent. Mr. Orphy turned around and said, I've already sent a letter of resignation to the Research Institute on your behalf. The reason is that you're not feeling well and can't do your current job. But you won't have nothing to do. The National University will hire you as an honorary dean. If you're too free, you can go teach the young people. You're interfering with my personal life. Orphy, you can't do this. Dr. Frankie rushed forward and grabbed his son's arm. I don't want to. I really don't want to. Mr. Orphy said slowly, I don't want Louis to see me send you to a nursing home. Orphy. Dr. Frankie let go of his hand weakly. He pushed open the door to the study and walked out in a daze. Barbara was playing football with Louis in the yard, but Louis didn't seem to be very happy. Barbara could only walk up to the child and squat down. Louis, don't you like playing football? Didn't you say your idol is Manadona? Louis shook his head and looked up at the study. Barbara, our father and grandfather quarreling. How can that be? They just have something serious to talk about. Barbara comforted him. Maybe they'll come down soon. I might have to go prepare lunch. I'll make you something you like, okay? Okay. Louis nodded and walked back into the house with Barbara's hand. He suddenly said, Barbara, is my mother a very powerful person? Barbara was startled. Why do you mention her? Louis said, Yesterday, Grandfather took me to the Science and Technology Museum. I saw a huge satellite. It's so cool. And the creator has my mother's name on it. And Grandfather's name. Of course, because your mother is your grandfather's student. She's the disciple he's most proud of. Barbara smiled. Why didn't Father and Grandfather tell me about this? Louis was puzzled. Louis. Barbara squatted down and held the child's face. She said softly, Do you trust me? Louis nodded. Barbara said, Seriously, then listen to me and trust me. Whether it's your father or your grandfather, they must have a very important reason for not telling you. Louis, aren't you a good boy? You should know not to make them sad, right? Louis nodded, though he did not fully understand. Colombia, Cartagena, a beautiful ancient bay city. It was already noon when the flight quietly landed in this city, known as the most beautiful bay city in South America. Oni, who was the first to exit the cabin, stretched his body and revealed a smile to the flight attendant in front of the door. Just as he was about to take a phone number, Luvia walked over, grabbed his ear, and pulled him away. Luaccio followed behind and looked at Song Haren. Is your friend always like this? Because they were in the first-class cabin. The four of them were the first to leave. The airport passageway was very empty and quiet at this time. It's probably the feeling of being enemies. Song Haren described it. He looked at Oni, who was tugging and pulling Luvia in front of him, and said with a smile, When I first met Oni, he was still working as a parking attendant in a hotel. Later, I found out that he would secretly drive the guests' cars out and pretend to be rich. Did he secretly drive your car? Luaccio asked curiously. No. Song Haren shrugged and said, I don't drive luxury cars, so he didn't take a fancy to mine. Luaccio nodded. What about Luvia? How did she follow you? Song Haren smacked his lips and seemed to be lost in his memories. He suddenly said, Luvia actually means rain. I met her on a rainy day. At that time, she told me that she didn't have a name, so I gave her the name Luvia. That's it. That's it. Luaccio was slightly stunned. Song Haren shrugged and smiled. That's it. Boss Luo smiled and skipped the topic. What's the next itinerary? Song Haren walked in front and said, We don't need to go anywhere. This is our temporary destination. Dad has already arrived. I will take you to see him now. Song Haran, who was standing in front of the passageway, suddenly turned around and smiled. Oh, I forgot to tell you. You can do whatever you want here, because this is our Song family's territory. He looked at Luaccio and said softly, us. Yen, 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 PS1. Update for the owner of Rippling Heart, 1/2. Chapter 8:26. My Humble House. It was a Chinese-style courtyard house that was really named My Humble Abode. However, a high wall was built outside the courtyard house enclosing it inside. Otherwise, if this humble house was completely exposed, it would seem out of place with the architectural style of this ancient city. This beautiful ancient city by the harbor, Cartagena. In My Humble House, not only was the exterior made in accordance with the courtyard house of the old capital, but even the furnishings inside were also antique. At this moment, a red sports car stopped in front of the tall wall outside My Humble House. After the door was knocked open, it slowly drove into My Humble House. A slender girl, about 22 or 23 years old, wearing a black short jacket and dyed purple hair, walked out of the sports car. The entrance of My Humble House is named Dragon Hall. At this moment, a middle-aged man in his 40s or 50s slowly walked out of Dragon Hall. He was followed by 2 women in their 30s wearing servant uniforms. Welcome back, Miss Ing. Fifth uncle, where's Grandpa? The girl called Miss Ing handed the car key to one of the maids behind fifth uncle and walked directly into Dragon Hall. Master is in the kitchen now, fifth uncle replied. Miss Ing suddenly stopped and said in shock, didn't he just come out of the village? Why didn't he take a rest? Why did he run to the kitchen when he arrived at My Humble House? Fifth uncle smiled and said, it's like this. Master made the best quality dried abalone when he was in the village and brought it all the way out. Now he's preparing to stew the other ingredients. He's going to make a pot of Buddha jumps over the wall. It's a treat. A treat? Miss Ing was stunned. Who's so influential? Grandpa hasn't cooked for a long time. This time he's making a super troublesome dish, like Buddha jumps over the wall? Is it the Fire King or the President? I heard it's a young man. Fifth uncle also showed a puzzled expression. It seems that eldest young master brought him back personally. He just got off the plane and will arrive at My Humble House in about an hour's drive. Uncle is back. Miss Ing blinked. Didn't he go to Brazil? Has he finished his work? It should be no problem. Fifth uncle smiled and said, eldest young master did it himself. What else can happen? Miss Ing, shall I get someone to prepare hot water for you? Miss Ing shook her head. Then she put her hand behind her waist, pulled out a palm-sized pistol, and handed it to fifth uncle. I don't need it now. I'll go to the kitchen to see Grandpa. I haven't seen him in months. When Miss Ing came to the kitchen, she found several servants standing outside. She came to the door and asked curiously, why are you all standing here? A servant hurriedly said, Miss Ing, it was Master who ordered us not to go in. He only left fourth uncle inside, saying that he would do his best to do it himself. Fourth uncle is the head chef of My Humble Abode. He is fifth uncle's blood brother and has been serving the Song family for several decades. At that moment, Miss Ing was even more surprised. She had never seen her grandfather value a guest so much. Not only did he prepare the most troublesome dishes, but he also only asked seventh uncle to help. Miss Ing frowned and stepped into the kitchen. Ah, see, is the sea cucumber ready? It's ready, master. Okay, put it here. I'll cut it later. In front of the counter, Song Tianyu, whose hair was white, was wearing an apron. He was cutting dry bamboo shoots horizontally. He looked so focused that he didn't seem to notice that someone had quietly walked in. Miss Ing gestured for fourth uncle to be silent. She had someone take the prepared sea cucumber from him and walked behind Song Tianyu. Song Tianyu saw a pair of white hands quietly put down the utensils. Then he withdrew his hands and continued cutting the dry bamboo shoots on the chopping board. Miss Ing blinked. Grandpa was completely planning to play with her. He had clearly noticed it, all right? She stealthily reached out her hand and touched the prepared quail egg beside Song Tianyu. But before she touched it, Song Tianyu quickly waved his hand and knocked the back of Miss Ying's hand with the back of the kitchen knife. Grandpa, you want to chop me up, Miss Ying said in pain. Who told you to eat it? Song Tianyu turned around and gently knocked on Miss Ying's forehead. Naughty girl, when did you come back? Just now. Miss Ying quickly picked up a quail egg and put it into her mouth. It's almost the new year, so I was busy settling the accounts and collecting some debts. I heard that you were here, so I hurried back. Did things go well? Song Tianyu put down the kitchen knife and started wiping his hands. At the same time, he walked to the stove. It was the kind of stove that was commonly seen in the old villages. It burned firewood and had a strong fire. A steamer was placed on the big pot. Steam spewed out, and a fragrant smell spread. Don't worry, Grandpa. Everyone's business is doing well this year. No one is on credit. Missing smiled and said, a few bosses even paid off last year's debts. They also said that they were very grateful to you and that they would like to meet you. There's no need to meet them. Tell them not to send me anything. Song Tianyu lit the fire. We're all descendants of the Yellow Emperor. It's not easy for us to live in a foreign country. If we can help, we'll help. Okay, but if everyone is like this, won't we become dependent on each other? Miss Ying shook her head. Our ancestors said that we don't expect to be repaid for our kindness. Song Tianyu stood up. Besides, we're in a foreign country. If we don't help each other, no one will help us. Okay, I understand, but I can't do it for now. Miss Ying shrugged. Song Tianyu said in amusement. Then what can you do? Miss Ying's eyes turned. She suddenly hugged Song Tianyu's arm and said, coquettishly, Of course, I can eat the Buddha jumps over the wall soup you made. Song Tianyu patted Miss Ying's forehead and said in amusement, This Buddha jumps over the wall soup isn't for you. You've already eaten it. Miss Ying pouted and said, The one you ate when you were 10? How many years ago? Grandpa, the Buddha jumps over the wall soup made by the elders is enough for the Song family. Song Tianyu suddenly said softly, When your uncle was 10, I personally made a meal for him. When you were 10, I also personally made a meal for you. Now it should be his turn. Him. You'll know when you see him. Song Tianyu smiled and said, Okay, don't just stand there. Since you're here, help me pick those vegetables. Ah, no need. I'm going to take a shower. Niece? The car slowly drove through the streets that retained many ancient buildings. While Luocio was sizing them up with interest, Song Haoren explained some things. The car was specially bulletproof, and the front and back seats were separated. The conversation in the back seat wouldn't be heard by the people in the front seat, so the privacy was quite good. She's my sister's orphan. Song Haoren sighed and said, My father married my mother when he was middle-aged and gave birth to me. Before that, he had a wife. However, my sister and brother-in-law passed away in an accident 15 years ago. Song Ying was only 8 years old at that time. Oh, right, my brother-in-law married into our family. So, Song Ying took our surname. Do you want to meet her? Luocio nodded. Of course. Song Haoren said matter-of-factly. Including you, there are only 3 young people in our family. Sooner or later, you'll get to know her. Moreover, after Song Ying graduated, she began to take care of our business in Cartagena. She's doing well, but sometimes she's not steady enough. You're almost the same age, so you're in the same generation. Get to know each other. Boss Luo declined to comment. Is there a Chinatown here? As the car drove through a street, Luocio suddenly asked. And Dad helped build it. Song Haoren smiled and said, Dad is also the honorary president of the Chinese Chamber of Commerce here. He said that he couldn't bear to see our people being bullied by foreigners when doing business outside. So he helped build this street. It's not called Chinatown, but China Street. Can I get off? Luocio suddenly asked. That's not a problem. Song Haran shrugged and did not ask why. He simply asked Oni to stop the car at the entrance of China Street. Wait here. I'll accompany Luocio in. Okay. Oni nodded and watched the two of them walk into Zhonghua Street. At this time, Luvia had a frown on her face. Looking at her, Oni asked curiously, "What is it?" Luvia said, "Don't you feel that this street seems a bit deserted?" Oni was taken aback and raised his head to look. Speaking of which, I remember there is a shop selling Chinese snacks here. The taste is quite good, but it doesn't seem to be open today. Luvia looked over and saw that the door of the shop that Oni mentioned was closed. Some rubbish was piled up in front of the door. It seemed that the shop had not opened for business for some time. There are quite a lot of people here. Relatively speaking, it was a place with more Chinese people. Of course, there might be some Oriental faces, but they came from several other Asian countries. However, for Luocio, it gave him a feeling of returning to China. At least many of the signs were written in Chinese. Today is Saturday. There are relatively many people here. Song Haran looked around. I haven't been to this street for a long time. I feel that there are not as many people as before. It's probably because physical businesses are not easy to do now. Luocio replied casually. Why? Do you want to buy something or just want to walk around? Song Haran suddenly asked. Luocio looked at Song Haran. I plan to buy some fruits. Buy fruits? Luocio nodded and said, Is it strange? If you are visiting your elders, you should buy something, right? Doesn't old Master Song like to eat fruits? Ha ha ha. Song Haran suddenly laughed. Buy fruits, buy fruits. It's not strange at all. Fruits are good. Dad likes to eat them, especially persimmons. Come. I remember there is a fruit shop in front. The fruits they sell are the best in the whole street. Let me take you there. With Song Haran leading the way, the two quickly came to a fruit shop in the middle of the street. A young man in his 20s was playing with his mobile phone in front of the shop. Is the boss here? Song Haran greeted the young man. The young man seemed to be indifferent. Song Haran did not mind and shouted again, Is boss you here? Who are you? The young man finally reacted. He looked up and said, Our boss is not here. Why are you looking for him? Nothing, old friend. I just want to chat with him. Song Haran shrugged. Since he is not here, then forget it. We will just buy something. Do you sell persimmons here? No, we have all the ones here. Take a look yourself. The young man looked down at his mobile phone again, looking absent-minded. Song Haran looked around the shop and then glanced at Luocio. He picked up an apple and said, But I want to buy persimmons. Then there is no choice. Persimmons are not easy to preserve and very few people buy them. We have not restocked in a long time. The young man pointed ahead and said, There is a new supermarket in front. They have everything. You can go there if you want to buy. But if you don't want to go there, you can take a look around. If you see anything you like, it will be half price. Half price? That good. Song Haran was stunned. We're selling at a loss. This place is about to close, so we are clearing the place, the young man said helplessly. Song Haran nodded and said, Close? Why? I remember that Boss Yu has been running this fruit shop for more than 10 years. Business has always been good. Is he planning to enjoy his life after making money? Enjoy his life? In his next life? The young man shook his head and said, He can't even afford to pay me this month's salary. He is still helping to wash the dishes in the restaurant in front. That's not right. What happened? Song Haran asked curiously. Is Boss Yu's business that bad? Also, I remember that the shop next door was Boss Yu's, right? Why is it a ready-made clothing store now? The young man sighed and said, Last year? You don't know. Since the first half of this year, the rent on this street has increased by several times. Then a new supermarket opened. It has everything and is cheaper than ours. All the customers have been snatched away. The boss can't afford the rent, so he can only shrink the shop. But after half a year, business is getting worse and worse. Now he is losing money. That's impossible. Song Haran frowned and said, I remember that the Zhonghua Street Chamber of Commerce has a rule. The rent here will only increase once every 5 years. Also, it is based on the lowest standard. The increase cannot exceed 5% each time. It has been changed a long time ago. As the young man said that, he looked around and lowered his voice. The Chamber of Commerce has changed a leader. Everything has been changed. Let me tell you, the boss behind the new supermarket is still supported by this leader. His goal is to force us out. Force you out? What's the point of that? You don't understand, right? The young man shrugged and said, I heard that this place is planning to cooperate with the government to plan a new project. So they want to force us out. If we don't leave, then they will increase the rent and open a supermarket to steal our business. If we can't hold on, then we can only resign ourselves to fate and accept it. In the past few months, many shops have closed. In 2 days, we will close here as well. Song Haran nodded. The things here are not bad. I will come back later. After saying that, Song Haran patted Luocho's shoulder and walked away from the fruit stall. Luocho did not see any unhappy expression on Song Haran's face. Instead, his smiling face gave off a dangerous feeling. He suddenly looked at Luocho and said, Guess where I want to go now? The Chamber of Commerce. Luocho thought for a moment and said. Song Haran smiled and said, Why don't we take a look at the supermarket? Isn't the Chamber of Commerce closer to the answer? Luocho asked back. Chapter 8:27 1. Luocho followed Song Haran's footsteps. Not long after, they arrived in front of a commercial building. This building was not very high, only 6 floors. On the door, there was a sign that said, XX Allied Chamber of Commerce. Song Haran did not immediately go up. Instead, he wandered around in front of the Chamber of Commerce building. Is the new leader of the Chamber of Commerce your niece? Luocho suddenly asked. Song Haran shook his head. It's not Songing. It's her uncle. That is, my brother-in-law's younger brother. Do you have this kind of feeling? Luocho just smiled and did not speak. Song Haran said, Speaking of which, you're really amazing. I don't know why. Every time I'm with you, I always feel like I have no worries. No matter what I want to say, I don't have to restrain myself. It's really quite relaxing. Luocho looked up at the floor of the commercial building. Maybe it's because I don't give advice to others. If I don't give advice, I won't be able to influence other people's thoughts. However, Song Haran didn't think so, because he understood that this was because this blood relative who had been stranded outside had a special quality that could make people feel at ease. In the noisy Zhonghua Street, just because he was standing next to Luocho, he felt like he was in an open field. You won't particularly notice his existence, but you won't ignore his existence either. After thinking about it, Song Haran could only think of a word to describe this nephew of his. Just right. Are we going in now? Luocho looked at the door of the Chamber of Commerce. Through the glass door, one could see that the clerk sitting at the reception of the Chamber of Commerce had been curiously looking at them standing outside the door. No, let's go back to the back door. Song Haran shook his head and led Luocho to the back alley of the commercial building. What made Luocho curious was that Song Haran did not go directly to the back door. Instead, he stopped about 5 or 6 meters away. There was also a kick door here. It was a very ordinary iron door. Song Haran reached out and knocked on the iron door. It was a strange knocking method with a strange pattern, and he only knocked once. After knocking on the door, he stood still and looked at his watch. He continued, This door is called the life door. Do you know why? Luocho shook his head. Song Haran said indifferently, This building was originally built according to the orientation of the 8 diagrams. Father deliberately left this door behind and named it the Gate of Life. The Gate of Life, the Gate of Life, Luocho reached out and touched the iron door and said slowly, "Life represents life. Life represents hope. So the gate of life is the gate of hope, a gate that gives people hope." Song Haren's lips moved slightly, then looked up and down at Luocho and nodded. "I didn't expect you to be able to understand Father's original intention at the first time. Yes, the gate of life is the meaning of hope. Father left this door behind to give a way out to those who are really in trouble on Zhonghua Street." Song Haren paused for a moment before continuing. "Father always says that a kind person should not bully the heavens. Although we're doing some blood-stained business, when it is time to be righteous, we will be righteous." "Good fortune," Luocho nodded and smiled. "Old Master Song is planting good fortune." Song Haren was stunned. "How do you know Father is a Buddhist?" Luocho smiled and said, "There is a statue of Buddha in front of the door. Since Old Master Song is the founder of this place, I think it has something to do with it." "You have good observation skills." Song Haren looked at Luocho with more and more admiration. Luocho said at this time, "Since this is a gate that needs to be opened to give people hope, why are you knocking on the door now?" Song Haren sneered, "If I don't knock now, I'm afraid it will never open in the future. I'm here." The door shaft made a squeaking sound. Song Haren put down his watch, and the iron door in front of him suddenly opened. A middle-aged man in his 40s with a pair of gold-rimmed glasses appeared in front of the two, slightly out of breath. He looked a little nervous, but he hid it by wiping his face with a handkerchief. "Young Master Haren, why are you here? Why didn't you inform me beforehand and ask me to pick you up?" 3 minutes and 18 seconds. Song Haren smiled. The middle-aged man was stunned. "What? 3 minutes and 18 seconds?" Song Haren said, "From the moment I knocked on the door, 3 minutes and 18 seconds passed before the door opened. And the person who opened the door is you, the person in charge of the Chamber of Commerce. Tell me, should I be happy or disappointed?" "Young Master Haren, there is a reason for this. I can explain." The middle-aged man quickly said, "Okay, explain it to me immediately." Song Haren nodded. The middle-aged man subconsciously said, Why don't we go inside and talk? It's not convenient here." "I think it's quite convenient here. The wind is cold, the water is cold, and there are few people. It's quiet enough." Song Haren smiled and even made an inviting gesture. "President Bai Shuetang, please speak." President Bai Shuetang quickly said, "It's like this. The people from the Chamber of Commerce noticed your arrival, but you seemed to have something on and didn't come in. They reported it to me, so I hurried down to pick you up. But at this time, didn't you leave? Then the door of life was knocked on. I thought it might be you who knocked on it, so I ran over to open the door for you. That's why I wasted so much time." "Oh, so you're saying that you're blaming me for not informing you beforehand?" Song Haren smiled. "I wouldn't dare. I was too slow." President Bai Shuetang repeatedly lowered his head and said, "I was too slow. I should train more." Song Haren smiled in relief and suddenly patted President Bai Shuetang's stomach. "Yes, you should train more." After saying that, he walked past Bai Shuetang and walked in. His destination was the office of the Chamber of Commerce's president. Song Haren directly sat on President Bai Shuetang's seat without saying anything. The current president of the Chamber of Commerce could only stand in front of the office desk uneasily. Bai Shuetang knew very well who Zhonghua Street belonged to. If his father was described as the emperor, then the one in front of him was naturally the crown prince, and Bai Shuetang was at most a relative. "Young master, this is?" President Bai Shuetang glanced at Luocho, who was sitting on the sofa next to him at this time. Song Haren waved his hand and said, "Don't worry about him. I didn't come here today for any special reason. I just happened to pass by on my way back today, so I came here on a whim." Of course, of course," President Bai Shuetang quickly said. "It's our honor for young master to come and see this place. How is Zhonghua Street recently?" Song Haren picked up the document on the desk and glanced at it. President by Shuetang looked natural and said, "Not bad. Recently, we've invited investors to build a new supermarket. The business is very good." Supermarket? Song Haran curiously asked. "If you build a supermarket here, won't it affect the business of other merchants?" "Of course not." President by Shuetang said, "There are many shops in this supermarket. We plan to centralize all the retail businesses outside. This way, not only will it be convenient to manage, but it can also increase the efficiency." Young master, although Zhonghua Street was very prosperous in the past, the various retail shops were too scattered. Whether it was tourists or locals, it was often inconvenient to buy things. But if you can centralize them— Oh, here is a supermarket performance report for the past 2 months. You can take a look. President by Shuetang took out a few documents and reports. "You're quite well prepared, aren't you?" Song Haran smiled and looked at it seriously. President by Shuetang said, "In fact, it's a coincidence. Miss Ing just came to see the account book today. These are actually prepared for her. I didn't expect to let you see it again." "Oh, has Song Ing seen it?" Song Haran nodded, then threw the documents aside. "Since she has seen it, then I won't look at it." In fact, Miss Ing also said that there is no problem. President by Shuetang quickly said. Song Haran suddenly stood up. "In fact, there is nothing else. I am in a hurry. You don't have to send me off. I can go by myself." "And okay." President by Shuetang quickly opened the office door for Song Haran. Before going out, Song Haran suddenly stopped and said, "By the way, the axle of the life door is a little rusty. Ask someone to put some oil or something. Otherwise, think about it. Those who come to knock on the life door will hear a squeaking sound every time they open the door. That will be a little scary." "I know. I will ask the master to repair it immediately." After watching Song Haran and Luocho walk into the elevator, Bai Shuetang hurriedly closed the office door and then made a phone call. Ask someone to put some oil on the axle of the life door. As soon as the call ended, President Bai Shuetang frowned. Then he quickly pulled open a drawer of his desk. There was also a cell phone inside. He picked it up and thought for a while. Then he made another call. "There is something." Song Haran suddenly came. The clerk at the front desk was very curious about the 2 people who came out of the president's office. Song Haran was the romantic and elegant type. He always had a charming and beautiful smile on his face. The clerk could not help but take a few more glances at him. As for the person next to him, he was much more ordinary. He would always inadvertently overlook it, but he would never be able to ignore it. It was like a unique piece of art placed in the room. Song Haran sincerely put incense in front of the Buddha statue in the lobby of the Chamber of Commerce. Then he lit a few more sticks and sent them to Luocho. Whether you believe it or not, it doesn't matter if you worship it. It is for peace of mind. A breeze suddenly blew in the lobby, and the curling incense in front of the Buddha statue was suddenly messed up. Luocho held the incense and asked, "This Buddha statue has been blessed by someone?" "Yes, it is a master in Thailand. My father spent a lot of money to do it." Song Haran nodded. "How do you know?" Luocho said, "Some Buddha statues that have been blessed will have more things. There is an extra magic instrument here. You know quite a lot." Song Haran did not care. Luocho said indifferently, "Because there is a very knowledgeable person by my side recently. She taught me a lot of things." "Good." Song Haran nodded. Luocho extinguished the incense in his hand and put it back. He said indifferently, "Since it has been blessed, I will not light the incense. The Buddha statue has a spirit. It is better to leave it for those who need it." "Is there a need to pay attention to this?" Song Haran was stunned. Then he laughed and said, "Strange man, all right, we should go back. My father must be waiting anxiously. If we don't go back now, he will go crazy. Let me tell you, when my father goes crazy, it is very scary." Luocho nodded. "When we go back, let's buy some apples." Oni and Luvia were still waiting at the car at the corner of the street. When they saw Song Haren and Luocho coming over with a bag of apples, Luvia quickly opened the back seat of the car. Song Haren let Luocho sit in first, and then he walked to the other side. At this time he whispered in Luvia's ear, "Investigate Baishatang." Luvia nodded and followed him into the car as if nothing had happened. When the restaurant opened in the morning, Caroline took advantage of the fact that they were busy and slipped away quietly. As for the expressions of the restaurant staff when they found out that something had been stolen from the kitchen, Caroline did not intend to think about it. A night's rest had restored her a lot of spirit, but she suddenly did not know where she should go. She did not dare to go back to her house. Maybe the police and Boss Boston's people would be waiting for her there. As for the hospital, she did not dare to go there. Big cousin and second cousin knew about the matter between her and lawyer Carlo. Going to the hospital would be like walking into a trap. Her wallet and ID were not with her at this time. She did not even have a coin on her. Originally, she planned to smash the cash register of the restaurant where she was hiding to get some cash, but the cash register obviously had an alarm system. She could not leave the restaurant, so she could only wait for the police to come and take her away. However, being born in the slums, Caroline still had some skills to make a living, except for selling her body. The target was right in front of her, an office worker who was walking while reading the newspaper. It was a worthy target. Caroline's target was the other party's wallet, but she wasn't a professional. She only knew a female thief who taught her a little stealing skills, and Caroline herself hadn't put in any effort or practice in this area. Stealing was not as fast as lying in bed to make money, especially when she was still young and men liked her body. Caroline deliberately bumped into the office worker who was reading the newspaper with his head down. She planned to quietly take advantage of the distraction of the other party's attention to pull out the wallet from his bag. But at this moment, she suddenly felt dizzy. She missed the best opportunity because of this. She fell to the ground. The office worker saw it and reached out to help Caroline up. However, Caroline seemed to have lost her soul at this time, sitting on the ground in a daze. She looked ahead in a daze. A woman was pushing a stroller across the road. It was a green light and the woman was on the phone. However, at this time, a red car seemed to be unable to stop. Perhaps for some other reason, it directly hit the woman. The woman's body was knocked far away on the road, and the stroller was completely crushed into a pile of junk by the wheels. Bloodstains. Miss, are you okay? It was a call. Caroline was startled, and her whole body trembled. She stood up at once, looked at the sidewalk in front of her, and blurted out, "Help!" Only then did she realize that it was a red light in front of her. There was no woman pushing a stroller at all. Caroline rubbed her forehead. I'm fine, thank you." The office worker looked at her suspiciously and said, "Okay then, be careful." It seemed that he was in a hurry to go to work. Caroline watched the other party walk away and felt a burst of annoyance. She still failed to take out the wallet from the other party's bag and missed a good opportunity. Caroline shook her head, sighed, and planned to find a new target. Suddenly, someone bumped into her gently. "Oh, I'm sorry." It was a woman who was on the phone and pushing a stroller past her. After accidentally bumping into Caroline, the woman quickly apologized and began to talk on the phone again while pushing the stroller past. "Oh, it's nothing. I just accidentally bumped into someone. Where were we just now? Hair styling? Let me think. Do you know a new store? I'm interested. Far away. At the intersection ahead." Chapter 828. 1. The green light was counting down, and it would disappear in a few seconds. The driver was probably in a hurry. He estimated that if he didn't speed up, he should be able to pass before the switch. Then he wouldn't have to stop and start again. 6 seconds, 5 seconds. Very good, just enough time. The driver was in a good mood. 3 seconds later, the driver's eyes suddenly widened, and then his foot slammed on the brakes. A woman came out with a stroller. She couldn't have passed. There were only 2 or 3 seconds left. Was this woman an idiot? She was still on the phone. Such a careless mother. Because of the speed, the car couldn't stop. The driver's eyes widened in despair. However, when he rushed across the sidewalk, he didn't seem to feel that he had hit something. The car finally stopped at the crossroad. The driver quickly got out of the car and looked back. What she saw was the careless mother who was on the phone being held by a young girl who had saved her. "How can you walk?" The driver roared and walked up. He felt that he had to scold a few times to calm down. "I'm so grateful to you. God, I'm so grateful to you. My God." The woman thanked Caroline excitedly in front of her. She held the child in the stroller and kept kissing the child's forehead. "Oh, I'm sorry, baby. Mom won't call when crossing the road in the future. Can you forgive me?" "Oh, I'm sorry. Caroline looked at her quietly. Why did she reach out to pull the woman? She was still thinking about this question. Why did she see this scene in advance? At the same time, she began to be frightened by this question. She had realized something. Something special seemed to have happened to her. "Miss, please be sure to tell me your name and contact information." The woman was very grateful. "Please let me repay you well. Otherwise, I don't know how to forgive my carelessness." Caroline opened her mouth, then thought for a while and said, "Then, can you treat me to breakfast? To be honest, I haven't had breakfast today." Of course, I'd love to." She grabbed Caroline's hand and quickly said, "Whatever you want to eat, it's no problem." The feeling of being thanked. So this is it. People like me also have times like this to be appreciated. Caroline laughed at herself. This smile looked a little strange to the child's mother. She couldn't help but look at Caroline in confusion. Only then did the child's mother realize that there was a very clear bruise on Caroline's neck, as if someone had strangled her. A circle of blood appeared in Caroline's eyes, as if she was wearing special contact lenses. "Are you okay?" the child's mother asked subconsciously. Caroline shook her head. Maybe she could think of a reason to deal with it. For example, she was abused by her boyfriend, then escaped, and now she was penniless. Perhaps the child's mother would be more willing to help her a little. If she could get some cash, she could even leave this place temporarily through some pheasant cars. Caroline moved her lips and was about to come up with an excuse, but she suddenly swallowed her words and changed her mind. "Sorry, I can't eat breakfast. I have something urgent to attend to." As she spoke, she ignored the child's mother's call and hurriedly ran into the crowd. During the rush hour, the streets were bustling, and Caroline soon disappeared from the mother's sight. The reason why Caroline hurried away was that she saw Arnaud. It seemed that Arnaud passed by in a hurry. The man looked a little evasive and stopped in front of a mobile breakfast car. "Give me a cup of coffee." The salesperson in the car took a look. The man who bought the coffee had obvious bruises on his face. He must have been in a fight or something like that. There were also wounds on his cheeks. He probably scraped his skin during the fight or something like that. The salesman didn't care. There were too many people who got injured in fights in this place. "Sir, your coffee. Thank you for 2 reals. He took out a pile of scattered coins from his pocket, picked out 2, and put them directly on the counter. He then took the coffee and left. But he suddenly felt someone patting his shoulder. He turned around in confusion, and his eyes suddenly shrank. "Arnaud, you're okay. It's really you. That's great." Caroline grabbed the man's arm. Perhaps because she was happy, she grabbed it very hard. Caroline looked at the scars on the man's face at this time. "How did you escape from Boston? Did they do anything to you later?" She looked at the scars on Arnaud's face. She didn't know how many times he had been beaten after she left. She felt somewhat apologetic. The man, Arnold, stared blankly for a moment, then quickly said, "I took advantage of the time when they were asleep to sneak out. What about you? Are you okay?" Caroline shook her head. "After they took me out, I found a chance to escape. But I think they won't let me go so easily." Arnaud nodded and said, "Yes, Boston is ruthless. He won't let you go so easily. Have you thought about what to do next? Caroline said worriedly, I don't know. Maybe I want to leave here. I'm still thinking of a way. What about you? You finally escaped. What are you going to do now? Arnaud shook his head and said, I haven't thought about it yet, but I should be able to find a place to hide temporarily. Why don't you come with me? Caroline frowned and asked subconsciously, Where? University. We can go to the university to hide. Arnaud quickly said, The university's dormitory. I can temporarily stay with my classmates for a few days. University. Caroline hesitated. Arnaud quickly said, There are many people there and there are also university guards. Even if it's Boston, he won't dare to mess around. Caroline thought about it and nodded in agreement. That's fine. Passing through rows of luxurious villas, Song Haran introduced the background of the people living here to Luaccio. Basically, they are all descendants of Spanish nobles. Since the middle of the 16th century, this place has been colonized by Spain. This situation lasted for a long time. In fact, Cartagena had once declined. It was not until the decade or two of the last century that it prospered again because of shipping. Luaccio listened quietly. My humble abode? The car finally stopped in front of a building surrounded by tall walls. Luaccio looked at the plaque hanging in front of the door. Song Haran smiled and said, This was written by Dad. Do you know why it's called My Humble Abode? Luaccio shook his head. Song Haran said, In the beginning this was where we lived. In recent years, Dad moved to another place. Firstly, the environment there is better and more suitable for living. Secondly, it can avoid some unnecessary disturbances. I have lived in this humble abode for about 10 years. Father said that, in the beginning, our Song family actually had nothing. The old ancestor was just an honest farmer. He only had a tile-roofed house and 4 bare walls. When winter came, the cold wind couldn't even block it. Have you been there? Song Haran shook his head and said, I've returned to the country a few times. There was one time when I followed my father to his hometown, but it's completely changed. All I could find was a piece of barren land. That's why this humble abode is here. Luaccio nodded. That's why this humble abode is here. Song Haran smiled and led Luaccio inside. When they passed by the entrance named Dragon Hall, Oni and Luvia had already stopped. The two of them did not go deeper, but a servant came out to greet them. From the looks of it, they were all familiar faces. Luaccio met the housekeeper of this humble abode, called Fifth Uncle. This middle-aged man had some gray hair. His expression and movements were very strict. His meticulous attitude seemed to faintly carry a hint of British style. Fifth Uncle asked Luaccio. After glancing at Luaccio's face, his expression was somewhat moved, but he did not say anything. He only became more respectful. Song Haran said that Fifth Uncle had studied in a school that specialized in training housekeepers. Fifth Uncle, this Mr. Luo is an honored guest of this humble abode. Please greet him first. Song Haran looked at Luaccio and said, Wait for me. Someone will greet you. If you need anything, just tell Fifth Uncle. Luaccio did not ask why Song Haran left. Inside, this humble abode was completely built according to the alleys of the old capital. At this time, the side hall where Luaccio was at was also antique. Fifth Uncle stood in front of Luaccio very respectfully. Even if he was standing, he was at the right position. Honored guest, what would you like to drink? Give me a glass of water. Luaccio responded politely. Honored guest, please wait a moment. Fifth Uncle nodded without any dissatisfaction. Without any superfluous words, he turned around and walked out. The side hall became quiet all of a sudden because Luaccio was the only one here. He casually picked up a book on the shelf next to him and read it. It was History of the Ming Dynasty in the 24 Histories. Footsteps. Honored guest, how can you only serve him with water? It was a woman's voice. Luaccio closed the book and turned around. He saw a woman in a cheongsam with pink-dyed hair and hair tied up in a bun. She walked in slowly with a tea tray in her hands, with dimples on her face. The woman in cheongsam put down the tea tray and chuckled. Junshan silver needle, also known as gold inlaid jade. According to legend, its first seed was planted by a Huang and envying. It has been passed down since ancient times. The woman in cheongsam began to take out the stove to boil water and wash the tea. Her movements were gentle, like a girl picking tea in the south of the Yangtze River. She opened her mouth slightly. One day, when the second emperor of the Tang dynasty came to court, the courtier held a cup of tea for him. When the hot water was poured into the cup, a cloud of white mist rose into the air. Suddenly, a white crane flew out of the white mist. The white crane nodded 3 times to Emperor Mingzong and flew toward the blue sky. The emperor asked why, and his courtiers answered, "It's because the water from Liuyi well in Junshan was used to soak Huangling Mao. And Huangling Mao is what we often call Junshan silver needle. Since then, Junshan silver needle has become a special tribute tea for the emperor." She used a teacup with a fragrance. The woman in cheongsam offered the teacup with both hands and said softly, "Smell the fragrance." Luochio took the teacup from the woman in cheongsam, opened it, and took a look. Then he shook his head and said, "Actually, I don't know much about it." The boss was telling the truth. Miss Maid had never brewed kung fu tea before. Boss Luo felt that the black tea and flower tea made by Miss Maid were excellent enough, so he didn't have any requirements in this regard. The woman in cheongsam was startled when she heard this. Boss Luo drank a mouthful and said, "It tastes good. Where can I buy it?" "I'm afraid it's a little difficult. This tea was auctioned at the highest price at the tea ceremony in the tea village of Hua Nation 5 years ago. You can't buy it outside." The woman in cheongsam smiled. "Because you're a distinguished guest, I'll take it out to serve you." "Thank you." Luochio nodded. The woman in cheongsam suddenly said, "When we serve our guests, we use the service comparable to the best hotels. But in all these years, there have only been a total of 6 people, including you, who have been addressed as honored guests in my humble abode. Do you know who the first 5 distinguished guests are?" "Of course, they're friends of the owner of this place." Boss Luo thought for a while. "There's a president of this country, a prominent tycoon in the Chinese circle, and a fierce and ambitious person who monopolizes the arms business of a continent. They're all people who can cause an uproar in the outside world with a stomp of their feet. Then, as the 6th distinguished guest, who are you?" Boss Luo said directly, "I recently took over a small shop. I usually sell things that others need." The woman in cheongsam raised her face slightly. "What do you mean by that?" Boss Luo said, "It means that I sell a little bit of everything." "Do you have a business card?" she continued to ask. Boss Luo shook his head and said apologetically, "I don't have a business card, but I do have a voucher for guests, but I don't plan to give it to you yet. Miss, you seem to be in good condition and you don't lack anything. So I'm sorry." "Is that so? That's a pity." The woman in cheongsam smiled and said indifferently, "Then, please take a seat, distinguished guest. I'll go out." Just like that, she flew away. Boss Luo smiled and sat down. Then he held the teacup in his hand and looked at it. After that, he looked at the Junshan silver needles that hadn't been used up. He wiped the utensil with his hand, and a container full of tea leaves appeared on the saucer. Well, it should last for a long time. Boss Luo smiled and snapped his fingers. The container full of tea leaves disappeared. Only a glass container appeared on the open club cabinet on the stairs. "Has someone been here?" At this time, Uncle Wu came in with a cup of water in a plate. He looked at the set of tableware beside Luochio and frowned. He recognized the things in the tableware and had some guesses about the visitor. "Nothing." Luochio smiled and said, "Just a lady wants to talk to me." "I'm really sorry, distinguished guest." Uncle Wu hurriedly said, "It's my fault." That lady didn't say or do anything to you, right? No. Boss Luo shook his head and said, "If you have time, help me thank her for the tea and tell me some stories." Of course, of course. Uncle Wu nodded. He didn't know why he was nervous. He felt that this young man was more nervous than old Master Song when he was angry. It was like the sea, a boundless sea that hid the undercurrents and whirlpools in the uninhabited land. Hopefully, Miss Ing didn't have any conflicts with this distinguished guest. Dad's Buddha jumps over the wall. Song Haoran personally sent a distinguished guest. And this young man's physiognomy. Uncle Wu had some guesses in his heart. Yin Yan. Chapter 829. 1. Song Tianyu took off his apron when all the processes were done. He instructed fourth uncle in the kitchen, washed his hands, and walked out of the kitchen. Outside the kitchen was an independent courtyard with a small vegetable field. When Song Tianyu came out, he found that Song Haoran had come back at some point. He had fetched a bucket of water and was watering the plants in the vegetable field. Song Tianyu smiled and quietly walked behind Song Haoran with his hands behind his back. "He's back." "Yes, he just got back." Song Haoran squatted down and reached out to pluck the spoiled leaves. He said, "Our family's vegetable field doesn't use any herbs. The vegetables produced are natural and healthy. However, there's one thing that's not good about it, and that's that it's easy to get these kinds of worms." Song Tianyu glanced at him and said indifferently, "You seem to have something to say to me?" Song Haoran shrugged. "No, I just suddenly felt a little sentimental." Song Haoran stood up and stretched. He turned around and glanced into the kitchen. He smiled. "I haven't cooked for many years. You don't have any skills, do you? Stinky brat." Song Tianyu scolded with a smile. "I went to Zhonghua Street on my way here." Song Haoran suddenly said, "Luochio said he wanted to buy something so that he could visit." "That's thoughtful." Song Tianyu was stunned for a moment. Then he smiled. He was very happy to hear that a descendant of the Song family would do such a thing, although it was very likely that this was just human nature and courtesy. But when one was old, it seemed that this was what they wanted to think and think about. He spent a lot of money. Song Tianyu shook his head. Song Haoran said coldly he only bought 2 pounds of apples. When Father Song heard this, he was stunned for a moment. Then he burst out laughing. He looked at the vegetable field next to him and smiled without saying anything. Song Haoran continued, "Gate of life, gate of life. Life means to live. Life means to have hope. Therefore, the gate of life is the gate of hope, the gate that gives people hope." This was what he had overheard. Song Haoran spoke slowly, word for word. Even the tone was almost the same. Song Tianyu cast a puzzled look at him. Of course, he knew what the life gate meant, because it was a gate that he had specially created. Those were Luochio's exact words. Song Haoran shrugged. "I just brought him there on the way and mentioned the name of the gate of life. That's why he said those words." Song Tianyu raised his head and looked at the Qingtian white clouds above his humble abode. After a long time, he let out a sigh of relief and said softly, "This Buddha jumps over the wall soup, he can withstand it. Come, bring me to see him." Old Man Song suddenly became full of energy. Ever since he left the village, he hadn't stopped to rest at all. In fact, in order to prepare the ingredients for the Buddha jumps over the wall soup, he hadn't rested since yesterday. The cooking of high-quality dried abalone took a long time, and Old Man Song had strictly requested that he do it himself. Song Haoran knew how tired Old Man Song's body was, but he also knew what supported him. It was an obsession that had persisted for decades. "Have you taken your medicine today?" Song Haoran asked softly. "Don't worry, I still want to live for a few more years." When Song Haoran accompanied Song Tianyu to the side hall, where Luochio was standing in front of the bookshelf, flipping through something. Fifth uncle was a professional housekeeper with excellent hearing. When Song Tianyu appeared, he moved, but Song Tianyu shook his head slightly and told fifth uncle not to make a fuss. He slowly walked to the bookshelf and looked at the neat rows of books on it. There was one book missing. It was the one in Luocho's hand. "Do you like to read the history of the Ming Dynasty?" Song Tianyu asked abruptly. "Not really." Luocho closed it and explained, "It's just that this book is a little damaged, so I'm interested in reading it." For the first time, Song Tianyu sized up Luocho. He was already 60 years old, but his rocker was very straight and gave people a sense of toughness. Song Tianyu muttered, "Because it's damaged?" Luocho nodded. "If it's not often read, it naturally won't be damaged. The fact that it's often translated means that someone likes it and that it's valuable to be read often." Song Tianyu said indifferently, "But it's also possible that it's just an individual person's interest. Some people like it sweet, and some people like it salty, but it's not necessarily what you like." Luocho said, "But whether you like it or not, you'll have to try it yourself to know." Song Tianyu suddenly stretched out his hand, and Luocho directly handed the history of the Ming Dynasty to Song Tianyu. Father Song casually flipped through the pages and suddenly asked, "Tell me about the dynasty?" Luocho shook his head. "I'll only read, not comment." The onlooker sees more clearly? Song Tianyu stared. Luocho said indifferently, "It can't be considered a trap." Song Tianyu nodded. "That's right. Even the most complete historical materials can't completely show the truth of a dynasty. Later generations can write something infinitely close to the truth, but it's still not the truth. For example, the Along the River during the Qingming festival is just a corner of the era. Although it condenses an era, there are always some omissions." He then handed the history of the Ming Dynasty to Luocho. "Since you like it, I'll give this history of the Ming Dynasty to you." Luocho put the book back in its original position and said softly, "It won't be complete without one. I have to give the people behind me a chance to read it." Song Tianyu asked, "How old are you this year?" "I'll be 22 after the Lunar New Year." Luocho thought for a bit. "I was born in the first lunar month. Come, I'll take you to see something." Song Tianyu nodded and turned to leave. At the door, Song Haran saw this and hurriedly waved at Luocho, indicating for him to follow him. The boss nodded, but before he left, he put the lid back on the teacup. Fifth uncle, the butler, had sharp eyes. He glanced at him and didn't say anything, but details could reflect a person's character. He couldn't tell that this young man was pretending at all, but this was the most frightening thing. Fifth uncle didn't know what kind of education was needed to produce such a young man who was perfect at everything. What was even more inconceivable was that no matter who it was, they could feel a sense of closeness to him. Inconceivable. Fifth uncle suddenly sighed beside Song Haran. Song Haran asked curiously, "Fifth uncle, what's inconceivable?" Fifth uncle joked, "If this guest was a woman, I could describe her as a secluded orchid in an empty valley. But as a man, I really don't know how to describe her." Fifth uncle, "So you have this kind of interest?" Song Haran was stunned and then sighed. "This is why you've been single for more than 40 years. Young master! The layout of the house seemed to be much larger than it looked from the outside. This was probably due to the designer's grasp of the space structure. Song Tianyu brought Luocho to a locked room in the deepest part of the house. In the olden days, large families would set up morning halls in their houses, and there was such a place in the house. Song Tianyu pointed to a neatly arranged memorial tablet in the morning hall, and then said to Luocho, "Our Song family can be traced back to the northern Song dynasty." "Zhao." The owner looked at the memorial tablet hanging at the top with the words, "Zhao Taizu Rui Xiangong," written on it, and was slightly stunned. As if he knew Luocho's doubts, Song Tianyu said seriously, "Rui Xiangong is a descendant of Song Taizu's second son, Yanwang. In other words, our Song family is actually a descendant of Song Taizu." Later, when the dynasty changed, Rui Xiangong wanted to restore the family, but he couldn't win against the vicissitudes of the world. In the end, he was disheartened and died in depression. His descendants gradually gave up on this idea and changed their surnames. We took on the surname Song Wei as a memento. Over the past 1,000 years, the Song family had almost been destroyed several times, but it wasn't over yet. Until now, we finally left some descendants. Since you're a descendant of my elder brother, you have to acknowledge your ancestors. So I want to tell you this. We're actually from the Zhao family. Luoqiu nodded. He was indeed a little surprised by the origins of the Song family, but he quickly recovered. Song Tianyu had been observing Luoqiu's expression. At this time he nodded and said, "You're very calm, much better than I expected. When your uncle Song Haoran first heard it, he wasn't as calm as you are now." "Dad, it's not fair to compare a 10-year-old to a 22-year-old. Song Haoran chuckled. Song Tianyu just waved his hand, but he couldn't hide the doting in his eyes. Song Haoran was his only son when he was old. Naturally, he treasured him a lot. "My grandfather, how did you get separated from him?" Luoqiu asked at this time. Song Tianyu sat down and recalled something. At this time, Luoqiu saw something called age on Song Tianyu. Old people all had this kind of thing. At that time, the era of turmoil and chaos had just ended. A new country was established, and all kinds of things were being done. But in fact, there were still many places in the country that hadn't been liberated. Song Tianyu was silent for a while before he continued. "In fact, if we hadn't been invaded at the beginning of the Republic, perhaps my grandfather would have just been an honest teacher. But life was pressing, and a scholar without the strength to fight a chicken threw away his books and picked up a gun. He was still able to make a small career. There are many things that I can't remember clearly now, because at that time I was too young." His father was silent for a long time. At the beginning, the Song family was just a small local warlord, carefully surviving in the cracks of many forces. We didn't want to get anything. We just wanted to protect our home, so we got armed. But when the torrent of the era came, no one could stay out of it. Your grandfather was much older than me. An elder brother is like a father. I spent my childhood with your grandfather. He taught me to memorize the 3 character classics, taught me how to ride a horse, read historical records to me, and quietly sneaked out with me to play. We hunted together and watched Shaoxing opera together. Those were the most precious days of my life, carefree and worry-free. Later on, when the new country was established, the helm of the Song family was handed over to my father, your great-grandfather. Your great-grandfather didn't want to accept anything like the founding of the country. He just wanted to retire and live a peaceful life. But our Song family still encountered a disaster. At that time, the situation was still very tense. Although the old forces retreated overseas, a large number of spies remained and destroyed the hard-won peace everywhere. Our Song family was framed. Father Song was silent for a long time. The truth of this matter hasn't been accurately determined yet. The situation was very chaotic at that time. The establishment of a new country meant that many things were overthrown and new things were about to emerge. I never doubted the spirit of the soldiers who used their blood to liberate the country. But you also have to understand that at the beginning, all of us had different backgrounds, and our thoughts weren't necessarily the same. My father didn't want to belong to some people's camp, and the consequences were predictable. It was winter, and it wasn't long before news of Yungue, Chuan's liberation came. Song Tianyu's expression was a little sad. I remember that night, a lot of people suddenly came to the house. They all wore black hats and black, traditional Chinese gowns. They didn't speak. None of them said a word from beginning to end. I heard gunshots, and not long after, I saw my brother rush into my room, covered in blood, and pick me up. We kept running, and the people behind us kept chasing us. Father Song closed his eyes. That was the first time in my life that I saw so many dead people and blood. I don't know what war is like, but I saw what death is like. Father Song looked at Luoqiu. Your grandfather tied me to him with a belt to protect me. I saw that he was shot in the shoulder, and blood kept flowing. It flowed to my face. There was no other way. He chose to take a few people to lure the men in black away, and then let a few servants protect me as we escaped. We agreed on a place to meet, and he told me to be there or be square. Luacho sighed. You didn't see him. I waited for a long time. Elder father took a deep breath. Later, under the protection of my servants, I moved to Xiangjiang, then continued south, crossing the ocean to Indonesia. I grew up there. After a few years, I found out some of the truth about what happened back then. But in the dark, a mysterious force came looking for me. I had no choice but to leave again. Father Song sighed. That time, I went even further. Then, I came to this place and met a girl. She was the descendant of a coolie who was sold here to do hard labor. We fell in love, and I took root here. Father Song looked at Luacho, and his heavy heart seemed to relax a little. I made some money over the years, and I also had some power of my own. I secretly went back several times, but I couldn't find any news about my brother. I originally thought that I would never hear any news about him in this life. He suddenly grabbed Luacho's hand. His movements were fast and swift, like a fierce tiger released from its cage, and Luacho couldn't dodge in time. The old man grabbed Luacho's hand tighter and tighter, as if he was afraid that once he let go, he would never want to see him again. Today I found you. Perhaps back then, the old man's brother also held his hand tightly like this. Chapter 830. One in front of the university. After Xiao Bao got out of Lin Feng's car, he quickly said to Lin Feng, "Thank you for sending me here, Brother Feng." Li Feng waved his hand and said, Okay. Hurry up and find your professor. Get the information and come out. I still have to get something for Sir Ma." "Get what?" "Baby products." Lin Feng said helplessly, "Isn't Mrs. Ma pregnant for several months?" "Officer Ma cherishes the baby so much that he asked someone to buy a lot of baby products for him." Xiao Bao laughed and said, "When did your department become so idle?" The future star of the criminal investigation team actually has to run errands to buy baby products? Lin Feng reached out and knocked on Xiao Bao's forehead. "Aren't you playing fantasy games in the office every day? Do you still want to go in and find the professor to get the things? Otherwise, I'm leaving." "It's Professor Ouyang." Xiao Bao quickly corrected. "He is our section Chief Chin's teacher. He is a very powerful forensic doctor. He came here to teach after retiring a few years ago." Okay. Ouyang is Ouyang. Go quickly." After Xiao Bao gave Lin Feng the greeting of the third finger, he hurriedly ran into the university campus. This time he came over because he recently encountered a more difficult case. Xiao Bao heard that Professor Ouyang had handled similar cases before, so he specially came to look for information. Now that Section Chief Chin was on an indefinite leave, Xiao Bao could only rely on himself. This was Section Chief Chin's teacher. In Xiao Bao's view, he was a grandmaster-level figure, so when he arrived at the door of the office, Xiao Bao quickly tidied up his clothes. "Professor Ouyang has something to do. This is what he told me to give you." However, Xiao Bao saw a young female assistant. Xiao Bao was disappointed for a while. He had to sigh, then took the information from the other party and said, You look so familiar. Did you graduate from 4 realms? I seem to have seen you somewhere." "I'm from 5 realms. So it's Junior's sister. Since the ancestral master didn't see it, then I'll just flirt with her." Xiao Bao blinked. Can you help me get something? These things are a little heavy." The female teaching assistant pointed at the few boxes beside her. Xiao Bao immediately patted his chest and said, "No problem." So the two of them left the office. When the office door closed, another door in the office also opened at this time. A man in a black suit took a peek and then closed the door. In this office, a bald old man was staring at him in horror. He was tied up with a rope, and there were 2 men on his left and right who were holding down his shoulders. The man in a black suit was playing with a dagger at this time. He sat on the office desk and said indifferently, "Professor Ouyang, let's continue to discuss the previous problem. He asked someone to tear off the tape on Professor Ouyang's mouth. Professor Ouyang said in horror, what do you want to do? Is it kidnapping? The man said, I have just explained the purpose of our visit. We just want to ask Professor Ouyang some questions. After that, Professor Ouyang will naturally be safe. So, I hope you can cooperate. The bright dagger reflected the sunlight outside and shone on Professor Ouyang's eyes. Professor Ouyang said in panic, What do you want to ask? I don't know if Professor Ouyang still remembers the hijacking of a cash truck about 4 years ago. The man bent down. At that time, the case was very sensational. A total of 7 criminals carried a lot of weapons and had a shootout with the police. Many people had died, including a policeman named Luo Qi. Professor Ouyang, you were still working in the bureau at that time, right? Don't tell me you have no impression of it at all? I have an impression. Professor Ouyang's face changed slightly, and then he quickly said, Comrade Luo Qi was a very good public servant. Why do you ask about him? The man moved the dagger to Professor Ouyang's face. I heard that the autopsy report at that time said that Luo Qi was shot 7 times. 6 of them were not fatal, but one of them was directly hit in the heart. It's a pity that such a good policeman died because of this shot. Yes, it's really a pity. Professor Ouyang nodded, but his eyes couldn't leave the dagger on his face. I heard that you personally examined Luo Qi's body, right? Professor Ouyang nodded nervously. The man suddenly said, Not long after that, you applied for retirement. But at this age, retirement seems to be a matter of course. Then you came to this university and became the dean of the forensics department. Well, your wife is also a university teacher, and she has graduated now. You have a daughter who works in a state-owned enterprise, and your son-in-law is a sales manager in a 4S store. Oh, by the way, your grandson is about to enter high school, right? What do you want to do? Don't hurt my family. Professor Ouyang hurriedly struggled. The man pressed down with both hands. Don't be agitated. Listen to me first. It's reasonable to say that your family is really good and can be considered to be happy. But it's very strange, Professor. How can you have your own villa abroad? And the value is not low. Well, let me think, according to your salary, your pension, and your entire family's income. I'll give you double. He smiled and put his face close to Professor Ouyang's face. It seems that it's not enough? Professor, how did you buy it? I don't know what you're talking about. The man sneered. Professor, you're quite smart. At first, the person written on the property was not you. Then, at the beginning of this year, you quietly changed hands. In addition, we found out that you have an account abroad, and there's a lot of money in it. Professor Ouyang's face changed dramatically. The man suddenly grabbed Professor Ouyang's head and slammed it on the office table. Then he inserted the knife next to his ear and said indifferently, Professor, do you think there'll be a problem if I cut off your ear here? I'll talk. Don't kill me. I'll talk. Professor Ouyang's eyes widened, his face full of horror. It's someone who secretly gave me a large sum of money to change the autopsy report. The bullet that hit Luo Qi's heart did not match the guns found at the scene. It's a gunshot wound of unknown origin. The man suddenly grabbed Professor Ouyang's neck. It's a police-made bullet. That person asked me to change it to the same type of bullet used by the criminals. The bullet was also given to me by that person. Someone gave you money? Who? The man held the professor's head and did not have the slightest intention of relaxing. This pressure made Professor Ouyang very painful. He said painfully, It's who? I don't know. He didn't tell me who he was. We've never met. We only contacted each other through the phone. But he threatened me. If I didn't do it, he wouldn't be polite to me and my family. I had no choice. Don't kill me. The man pulled out the knife and then stabbed it down, but the moment the knife was stuck on the table, Professor Ouyang's eyes widened, and then he stopped moving. The man next to him looked and said he fainted. He fainted from fright. Scoundrel. The man disdainfully knocked Professor Ouyang's head with the knife, then shook his head and said, "But most heroes die in the hands of scoundrels. Big brother, what should we do with this guy? Can we trust his words? Such a cowardly guy. He can't hide anything." The man picked up Professor Ouyang's phone and checked it. Then he sneered. As for how to deal with it, oh, this professor is quite flirtatious. So many pictures of female students in bed. He's a coward and a lecher. Then let this Professor Ouyang become a celebrity. The man gave the phone to his subordinate. Deal with it. I'll go back and report to Manager Sure. The man quickly went out of the university gate and then got on a black Bentley. The person waiting in the car was Sure Shiji of Zhang Group. He looked at the man and said indifferently, "Long, how did it go?" The man, Long said quickly at this time, "There's something wrong with this old man." Long told him the situation and then said, "This guy fainted from fright. Hee, we're just scaring him a little. How can it be our turn to do something that involves blood?" Sure Shiji nodded. If it weren't for the fact that Director Gao looked a little unnatural when I accidentally asked him about it during breakfast the day before yesterday, I wouldn't have been able to trace it back to Professor Ouyang. Long said, "If it weren't for you, Mr. Sure, who wanted to investigate the cause of Luo Qi's death, we wouldn't have been able to find Professor Ouyang all the way when we looked through the hospital's records and found that the records were deliberately destroyed this year." Sure Shiji said indifferently, "Got the result?" Long speculated. Luo Qi should have been murdered. When he was fighting with the bandits, he was shot a few times, but he should have been able to be saved. But someone secretly shot him in the back. Professor Ouyang said that it was a bullet from an internal gun in the police force. But with his authoritative forensic report and the chaos at the scene, I'm afraid the truth was covered up by someone in the dark. Sure Shiji frowned. "You're saying that this was done by an internal police force?" Long thought for a while and said, "I can't rule out this possibility, but it could also be an imitation or a lost gun in the police force. It's also possible." Sure Shiji was silent for a while, but said, "The second possibility is very slim. If this was an assassination from the beginning, why would they ask Professor Ouyang to give false testimony after the fact? And they wouldn't use a murder weapon that could easily be traced. I'm guessing that the real killer was improvised at that time." Long, yes. Sure Shiji said seriously, "Go and check on all the police officers who were on duty when this case happened. Several years have passed, and I'm afraid that the people in the dark have destroyed a lot of evidence. It will be very troublesome to trace them. Be careful and don't let go of any possibility. I'm going back to the old lady now. Don't worry, investigation is my strong suit." Long smiled slightly. Sure Shiji said indifferently, "The ace investigator in the army, of course I believe in you. Go back to the company and get some compensation for your hard work. Let your brother do his job well." "Thank you, Boss Sure." Luoqiu had a lot of experience in dealing with crime people. Father Song's sadness had been buried for decades, and it was better to let it go. So, letting him cry well and untie the knot in his heart was the best way. He didn't intend to persuade the old man, and Song Haoren didn't intend to comfort his father either. As for the butler, Uncle Wu, he probably had the same plan. Song Tianyou's crying started to die down, and then he sighed and finally calmed down. At that moment, Luoqiu handed him a handkerchief. Song Tianyou stared blankly for a moment before taking it and wiping away his tears. He then smiled awkwardly. Very few young people carry handkerchiefs. Luoqiu smiled. Probably because I'm more old-fashioned, and using a handkerchief isn't as wasteful and is more environmentally friendly. A gentleman's words are gentle like jade. Father Song smiled slightly and suddenly said, "Can you give me this handkerchief?" Luoqiu nodded. Father Song then said, Go to the front and light a few incense sticks. Consider it a greeting to your ancestors." Luaccio readily complied. Only then did Father Song say, "It's about time, let's go eat." Apart from filling one's stomach, eating also had the meaning of gathering. This was a way for people to communicate with each other. A square table, a small hall, 3 people and 4 stools. There seemed to be one person missing, probably the niece Song Haren had mentioned before, Songing. Grandfather, uncle. Not long after Luaccio and the other 2 sat down, a clear and melodious voice came from the side door of the small hall. It was still that very well-tailored Cheongsam, and the pink hair that was immediately noticeable. But because of the lighting, there seemed to be a hint of purple in the pink. Under the light, the color changed wonderfully from different angles, constantly changing. Father Song pointed at the Cheongsam girl and said, "This is Song Ing, my niece. This is Luaccio." Song Tianyu slowly exhaled. "He's my elder brother's grandson, a direct descendant of our Song family." Fifth uncle's heart trembled slightly, even though he had already guessed this before his father had brought him to the morning hall, and his words in the morning hall had also proven this point. It was still Father Song's words that were the most shocking, because Song Tianyu's words directly established Luaccio's status in the Song family far away in South America, the eldest son and grandson. Song Tianyu was a person who attached great importance to traditional etiquette, and it hadn't changed even after so many years. Even though he had single-handedly created a new Song family empire, he had never said that he was the head of the Song family in front of the people closest to him. Father Song said that this belonged to his elder brother, and he was only giving it to his elder brother to take care of and take good care of, because without his elder brother, there wouldn't be him. Song Ing, we've met. Chapter 831. Old Man Song was a traditional person, but that didn't mean he couldn't accept new trends. An old-fashioned parent would find it hard to accept his child dyeing Song Ying's hair color. She even dyed her slender eyebrows the same color. You met? When? Old Man Song was very curious about the meeting between Song Ying and Luaccio. Song Ying sat down. There were only 4 stools at the square table, but there were 5 sets of bowls and chopsticks. Song Ying's stool was arranged to the right of Luaccio, while Song Haren's was to the left of Luaccio. Of course, the square table was spacious enough that it wasn't crowded at all. After Song Ying sat down, she said calmly, "I heard that a distinguished guest came to my humble home, so I took some tea leaves from grandfather to greet him." Luaccio smiled and said, "Miss Song also told me the story of Junshan's silver needle." "Oh, is that so?" Old Man Song chuckled and looked at Luaccio. "Don't judge this child by her appearance. She's quite good at brewing tea. It's a pity that some people don't know how to appreciate it." Song Ying smiled faintly. Luaccio wasn't angry. He really didn't know how to appreciate it. Secondly, although this Miss Song was a bit confrontational, it was much better than a certain Shinryu who opened a pet hospital who wanted to use force on their first meeting. "Yes, it's a bit of a waste." Luaccio nodded. "I don't know how to taste it, but I feel that the taste is okay. Also, when Miss Song made the tea, it was very pleasing to the eye." "Thank you." Song Ying thanked him graciously and smiled. "Then I'll take it as a compliment." Song Haren could easily sense the hostility in Song Ying's eyes. He awkwardly looked back and forth between Luaccio and Song Ying, then helplessly looked at Old Man Song. The palm of the hand was flesh, and the back of the hand was flesh. Although Luaccio was a direct descendant of the Song family, he doted on his late sister's child from the bottom of his heart. Originally, Song Haren wasn't much older than Song Ying, although they were uncle and niece in terms of seniority. The way they interacted with each other was more like a sibling relationship. Old Man Song chuckled and looked at Luaccio. "Luaccio, do you think Littling is pretty?" Luaccio thought for a while and said casually, "Miss Ying should be a beauty that meets the public's aesthetic standards." Old Man Song narrowed his eyes and said, "I'm asking you." Luaccio looked at Song Ying. In the black and white world, The ball of spiritual light that hid the radiance of life was constantly changing. Luaccio said softly, "It's very special. It emits a kind of captivating brilliance." Song Haren's mouth gaped open, as if this was the first time he was meeting Luaccio. Song Ying frowned. She felt that under Luaccio's gaze, she subconsciously wanted to find a place to hide. But she suddenly felt uneasy. Old Man Song's questions were too sensitive. Almost anyone could see that Old Man Song was plotting something in his heart. "So you like her?" Old Man Song's eyes lit up, and he immediately followed up with another question. Song Ying suddenly became nervous, but she didn't show it. At the same time, she focused on her hearing. "I like beautiful things," Luaccio said softly, "but it's not the love between men and women. You won't have a girlfriend." Song Haren subconsciously rubbed the space between his eyebrows. Old Man Song nodded and said, "Everyone has the heart to love beauty. Appreciating beauty is a good thing. It's getting late. Old Five, serve the dishes." "Yes, master." Fifth Uncle clapped his hands a few times. Then a group of maids lined up on the left and right. Each of them held a different dish in their hands and served it. Fifth Uncle introduced each dish. Ham and bamboo shoot soup. It's made with the best Jinhua ham and dried bamboo shoots. The soup base is made with old hen, cabbage, dried scallops, and old ginseng. The fire is sweet and mellow, while the dried bamboo shoots are fresh. The Tang Tu song art also says, "Ginseng alone earns a good name. Its blood can be rejuvenated. The concentrated juice of ginseng should be known as a great strength." This is eggplant. It's dried eggplant that has been cut into slices and pickled with vinegar. Then it's paired with various kinds of chicken fur, shiitake mushrooms, and other 7 kinds of fungi. Spiced dried tofu, winter bamboo shoots, and dried fruits. Mixed with sesame oil and seasoning, eggplant is salty and fresh. It has a rich wine aroma, a slight sweetness, and a brilliant color. In addition, this dish comes from Story of the Stone. When Granny Lu visited the Grandview Garden, it was the most detailed dish. It took more than 10 minutes for the 9 dishes to be introduced, one by one. This was probably the necessary preparation before enjoying the delicious food. The Song family seemed to have already gotten used to this tradition. At this moment, Luaccio couldn't help but think of Ren Xiling. If she was here, she probably wouldn't care so much and would directly stuff a mouthful of the dish into her mouth. When the last dish was served, Father Song suddenly stood up. He personally took a jar from a servant and placed it in the center of the square table. He looked at Luaccio and said, "Buddha jumps over the wall. There are exactly 10 dishes, and it means perfection." Luaccio nodded. At this moment, Song Haren said, "Luaccio, do you know that the people of our Song family must eat the Buddha jumps over the wall made by the elders themselves?" Luaccio asked curiously, "Is it an ancestral rule?" Father Song nodded and said, "Let me tell you a story. In the Ming Dynasty, there was a family with 4 bare walls. Only the mother and son depended on each other for survival. His mother worked as a helper in a restaurant, pouring tea for the customers. Because of their poverty, the child never enjoyed anything and was often bullied. On the day of the child's 10th birthday, the mother came back very late. However, when she came back, she brought back a jar of Buddha jumps over the wall made with all kinds of expensive ingredients. How do you think this child's mother managed to get her hands on these precious ingredients?" Luaccio thought for a moment and said, "Restaurant? Was it leftovers?" Father Song nodded. "That's right, it was leftovers. That day, a rich family held an extremely luxurious birthday celebration for the old man. However, there were many leftovers on each table. Thus, the mother took a little from each table, put it in a jar, and brought it home." Father Song kept looking at Luaccio's expression. The mother didn't hide the origin of this jar of Buddha jumps over the wall. She told the child, when these dishes were made, the chef tasted them. so the first person to eat them was actually the one who ate the leftovers. You're no different from other people's children. You're also a rich person. Later on, the child obtained scholarly honors, and his family gradually developed. Later on, he set a family rule. That is, no matter how poor or rich the next generation is, the elders must personally make Buddha jumps over the wall for their descendants. Do you know why? Luocio said, Is it to reminisce about the past? Father Song shook his head and said seriously, It's to let the younger generation know that we will give them the best. No matter how this thing came about, it's what we gave it to them. We did our best to give it to them. I've eaten it, your grandfather has eaten it, Haran has eaten it, and Songing has eaten it. Everyone in the Song family has eaten it. Only you and your father haven't eaten it. With that said, Song Tianyu stood up and silently picked up the 5th set of bowls and chopsticks. Then he scooped a spoonful into his bowl and placed it next to Luocio. Then he scooped a spoonful into Luocio's bowl. Today, I'll personally make it for you. You eat it with him. Luocio nodded. He picked up the bowl and tasted it before closing his eyes. The feelings poured into it easily melted in his taste buds. Perhaps it was because of Father Song's story, or perhaps it was because there was an extra bowl next to him. As the mellow and rich soup slid down, the memories brought by the taste also flashed through his mind. The mother and son from a distant time and space seemed to appear in front of him. Under the dim yellow candlelight, the mother personally scooped out a bowl of Buddha jumps over the wall in front of the wooden table. She continued to sew the child's clothes, and he ate with relish. Riches and honor were far away, but the warmth brought by the candlelight was right beside him. Luocio suddenly understood how his grandfather felt when he lured Song Tianyu's enemies away. He also understood Father Song's persistence in finding his family for decades. This was a kind of inheritance. For hundreds of years, generation after generation had condensed the spirit of Buddha jumps over the wall. The previous generation left an imprint on the next generation through the taste. To give you the best, a very heartwarming taste. Luocio put down the bowl and smiled. At the same time, a drop of tear fell from his eyes. A cold home is not cold. The clothes and the bedding are all new. I don't know if you're used to it. Let's live here first. After the meal, Father Song left early. He had worked hard for 2 days to prepare tonight's meal. For someone his age, it was quite unbearable, so he went to bed early. Perhaps he still needed a quiet and private space to calm himself down. Song Haran brought Luocio to a unique room. Then he stretched and said, I'm also tired. Let's call it a day. Rest well. Someone will take you around this place early in the morning. Luocio nodded and passed the time in the room by himself. He sat in front of the desk and flipped open a book that Father Song asked 5th uncle to send over. Although it was called a book, it was actually only a few pages. The recipe of Buddha jumps over the wall that he ate tonight was said to have been passed down from the ancestors. Every member of the Song family had to learn how to make this dish. This was the only copy that had been passed down from generation to generation. The writing was already a little blurry. Luocio thought for a while, then took out a pen and paper and slowly copied it down. Not long after, there was a sudden knock on the door. After Luocio put away the newly copied recipe, he opened the door and saw Songing. Miss Song, is there anything else you want to talk to me about? She wasn't wearing the qipao that outlined her curves. Her hair was casually draped behind her back, and there was the fragrance of a shower. She was wearing a denim skirt and a short-sleeved shirt, looking cool. At this moment, she was leaning against the door of Luocio's room. When she saw Luocio open the door and come out, she sized him up and said indifferently, You're quite good at acting. Where are you? Song Ing sneered. My grandfather is a very sentimental person, especially towards his relatives. However, don't think that you can do whatever you want in the Song family and get any benefits just because you casually say a few nice words, cry a few tears, and pretend to be obedient in front of my grandfather. Don't worry, I'm not interested in the Song family's wealth. Luocio smiled. I just want to know more about my grandfather. That's why I came here. Is that so? Song Ing said indifferently. I wonder if you can still say such pretty words after truly understanding our Song family's wealth and power? It's already so late. Looking at Miss Song's attire, are you planning to go out? Then I won't disturb you, Luocho said coldly. Ignoring Song Ying's expression, Luocho closed the door with both hands. But the moment the door was about to close, a white palm was placed across the gap. Luocho asked, Is there anything else? Song Ying said indifferently, Grandfather asked me to be your tour guide tomorrow and have a good tour. But there's nothing to see during the day. Let's go now. Now, Song Ying blinked and said, What? Are you afraid that I'll eat you up? You can see more things at night. But if you don't want to, that's not a problem. I'll still find you a tour guide at the travel agency tomorrow. Don't count on me because I still have a lot of work to do. Okay, then I'll have to trouble you, Miss Song. Luocho nodded. Call me Song Ying. Song Ying said indifferently. No matter what, you have the Song family's blood flowing in your body. My grandfather won't like it if you call me that. Then where are we going? Luocho smiled. Follow me. Song Haran had just finished showering when the butler, Uncle Wu, knocked on the door and entered. Song Haran put on a towel and sat down. At the same time, he poured himself a glass of tequila. Uncle Wu, what's the matter? Eldest young master. Miss Ying just left with young Master Chiu. Xiaoing? Song Haran was startled. Then he frowned. Does father know? Uncle Wu shook his head and said, Master has been tired for 2 days. He fell asleep after returning to his room. I didn't wake him up. However, I've already called a group of people to follow them. There shouldn't be any problems. Song Haran shook the glass in his hand and sighed. I'm not afraid of any danger. I'm just afraid that Xiao Ying will be at a disadvantage. Miss Ying. Uncle Wu couldn't help but be surprised. How is that possible? Song Haran smiled and said, Don't be fooled by my newly found nephew's temper. He's easy to get along with. However, this kind of person is the real stubborn one. We all know what father said today. It's normal for Xiao Ying to have some reaction. Uncle Wu said, Master, there's something I want to ask you. What do you think about this, Master Chiu? So you and Xiao Ying have different thoughts. You're not worried about the same thing? Song Haran said indifferently. Uncle Wu frowned and said, The eldest son is the grandson of the first wife. This is what Master said himself. Moreover, Master seems to be planning to strengthen the marriage. Song Haran shook his head. He looked at the swirls of the tequila in his glass and said indifferently, Aye, Song Haran, don't tell me that without this Song family property, there's no way to build another Song family. I don't mean to deny Master's ability. Song Haran smiled. Then he looked at the night sky outside the window. Life is still a little challenging. Besides, he might not think much of the Song family. Not think much of? Uncle Wu was stunned. The Song family it's probably a kind of intuition. Song Haran suddenly said, What he sees might be different from what we see. Song Haran suddenly took a sip of the tequila in his glass. While playing with the sun god badge on his body, he said to himself, That gaze, it's really like that black-horned python. In PS1, there was a delay. I just saw it. Thank you to my book friend, Yu Yan, for the tip. PS2. Bowing to the forces of capitalism. PS3. There will be more chapters. There will definitely be more chapters. Chongyang is quite busy these days, so it's not today. Tomorrow may be possible. The day after tomorrow, no way. The day after tomorrow should be possible.